We are joined today by our beloved friends. Mia taking up the character of Rory Fahrun, that rapturous rapscallion. Riley is playing our miraculous menagerie Volk Moonchild. Matt is playing the Legion of the Lost with Redmond Gill. Astora is back playing our resident good Drow, Maiden of Illustre Diana Lothryn. And Habiki is here playing the noble embodiment of vengeance. And Frost Maiden, Ilena Myth. And we are, of course, missing Drew because Vladimir Putin is an asshole.
He has to bake bread.
Yes. What happened last time?
Fish.
Fish.
There was some fish.
There was a lot of fish. It was actually really entertaining. So what happened last time? We were
pain.
Also,
yes, pain and suffering. So we were pulled into the loot, spiritually anyway. We had a bit of a, character arc, where the first one being regarding Redmond. The party was walked into a slum in Waterdeep, where they encountered a very young Redmond, and they also found they themselves were younger. They were able to escape the guards that were chasing the young boy, and found their way back to, was it Brandywine Orphanage?
It was the Shanto Orphanage,
Shanto
named
Orphanage.
after the goddess. Your mother's name was Brandywine.
Yes, sorry. I just thought it was named after her. But no, yes.
It could be.
Shanto Orphanage.
I don't think I named it in session, so it could totally be called the Brandywine Orphanage.
No, she wouldn't do that. She's selfless, right? The Shanto Orphanage, run by Brandywine Gill, who took care of kids and offered to take care of the party. Before they entered, they overheard a conversation regarding missed rent and arrears that need to be made. This weighed heavily on Redmond's mind, and he beseeched the party for their help in doing a job that would get them some money from their cousin Brian. Swiftly, after much discouragement from Brandywine, Redmond and gang went off to said mission after a very tumultuous encounter with dogs, a groundskeeper, and some servants. We were able to complete everything and right away. But it was all for naught, as we found out as we came back to the orphanage that Brandywine had succumbed to her illness and lay dying. Does anyone want to continue from here? I don't want to.
So Redmond was heartbroken, but his friends were there. So
I think Habiki was going to talk, but you spoke at the same time, too.
oh, sorry.
Just to let you know.
Yeah, no problem. You can go, Mia.
With the help of his friends, managed to pull himself together and see through Strawald's bruise, I guess, and got to hear the last words of his mother that he never got before. It was so nice. And then Strawald got really pissed and pulled on Ilena's threat. I guess Ilena can take over for the
Alrighty. So, yeah, Stubble was extremely pissed at that, and so he thought to fuck around with Elena's backstory. The party got transported in Icewind Dale in the city of
Tourmaline.
Tourmaline, where Ilena was the resident big noble. And
Old money.
yep. And so she was kind of, alone and didn't like the company of all the other nobles who just nobles and commoners who just tried to always get in her favor for personal reasons. They did some ice fishing, as it was the autumn fishing festival, where actually Volk came out victorious. I do remember that.
Fishing
And
champ.
for that,
By one fish.
yeah, by fishing with bare hands. But oh god damn it. But the festival was interrupted by the arrival of the the tribe of the bear, who took over the city and demanded, um, pretty much who demanded money to release the stuff. Ilena and all the other students involving the party um, got into the academy where they were left locked. Weeks passed without food and stuff like that, and the commoners thought to actually revolt against the barbarians and try to break out. Ilena, fearing that this would turn around
Go very poorly.
Yep, very poorly, commanded the remaining nobles to restrain the commoners and keep peace in the place. And actually, because of that, a revolt broke out with a pretty much it was a bloodbath, and a ton of people died. And yeah, this is kind of the thing. And when the rescue force finally arrived, Ilena left without a word, as Redmond's words were not enough to make her rethink her life choices.
He was not able to pierce Ilena's trauma.
Yep.
It was too soon.
Yes. So, we pick up today. As Stabble is pulling on this thread, but Ilena keeps pulling away from him, and you can hear his frustration. And eventually, he lets go of that thread, and he begins tugging at the other ones, and he says, "What do we have? What do we have? You, so many memories." And Volk, you can feel yourself being pulled apart and picked through and looked at. And the rest of you, you suddenly find yourselves in the middle of an impossibly large forest. There are trees the size of skyscrapers on either side of you. You can barely see the sky. We're talking redwoods that are about 50 feet across, and game trails that stretch impossibly long in every direction. The scale of things is just monstrous.
Sequoias.
Sequoias, yes. And you can hear
The
the...
sequoia combined with a redwood, and then made even bigger.
And you can hear the sound of cicadas just buzzing very, very loudly, and there are little lights twinkling off in the distance. It doesn't take much to imagine that you're in a very alien, very wild place. And it is in this place that Volk is walking, and you are walking with Volk. And Volk, you're reminiscing about an argument that you had, and you've just been joined by these companions with you. Of course, you know all about these companions of yours. They also got annoyed with Mother Wolf, and they decided to leave. Oh no, what is a wolf cave? I can't remember the word for it. The wolf cave. They decided to leave the wolf cave with you.
It's called
The
a
den.
den.
Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. They decided to leave the wolf den with you because of your annoyance. And yeah, why don't you tell us a little bit about this argument, and I can flesh out the details if you would like.
Well, 1 second. I have a Werther's in my mouth, and I don't want to talk well.
That's very fair.
That's editor, so. Mother has certain opinions on the creatures here in the forest, and I disagree. Mother thinks that things have specific moralities, and that, like, every single creature of a certain type must be the same morality. So if a type of creature is evil, then clearly every single individual of that creature group must then also be evil. And I, as a young rebellious teenager, and by teenager I mean I'm about like 20 something. How old exactly am I?
We can go about 20. You're all occupying
20,
the bodies of late teens.
Yes. As a young 20 something, I have my own opinions. And I think that you can't really judge a book by its cover. And you shouldn't cast every single member of a species under the same net. That's the word. You know, there might be nice nice hags out there. Who knows? To use an example we've had in this specific
And you
campaign.
remember Mother Wolf's stinging come back to this. It's natures are set, little wolf. You can't change evil. People's natures are what they are. Orcs will pillage, hags will kill. It is the way of the world, and you are fooling yourself if you think they deserve any compassion at all. Those who are evil
I can't
are
believe
evil.
that. And Volk decides that perhaps it is time for them to strike out on their own for once. Some differences may be irreconcilable.
So, why don't you describe yourselves? Describe what Volk looked like, approaching or maybe a little past 20, and the rest of you can describe yourselves how you will appear in this memory to sort of fit in along with Volk at this time period when you were roughly 18 or 19 or so.
Volk is much the same as they were in the memory of Ilena. Although the hair is longer, the wolf's tail has reached perhaps the middle of their shoulder. The clothing is still furs, but seems to be more well made. It seems that they've learned how to sew, and so they are wearing different sorts of leathers and furs, and like all of their clothing comes from wild animals, the skins of wild animals. But you know, it's more processed than it was in Ilena's memory. You know, they've got little leather boots, and you know, it's more refined and it's more summer wear. They're probably not wearing a shirt, because it's too warm for shirts.
That's very fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, they look very comfortable in their skin and in their clothing.
In their element, as it were.
Indeed.
Now, how about everybody else? You're walking along, you can just smell the pollen on the air is ridiculously thick. If any of you have any sort of allergies, they're definitely acting up. There's the scent of pollen, the scent of honeysuckle, the buzzing of bees, and the chirping of cicadas. This is, if you could imagine spring as like something you can eat, like the concept of spring as something you can eat, that's what this sort of environment is like here. So, how do you find yourselves in this place while you're walking along this long, winding game trail?
Guess I can start. Rory would have very long and wild grey hair. Most likely only wear, like, in this heat, minimum amount of clothes needed. Like a bit of leather, a leather bra, quote unquote, and some leather short leather pants.
Nice.
No horns.
We've got barbarian clothing here.
No horn.
No horns, no wings, and her tail instead is that of like a grey wolf. Of course, she would see herself as a wolf puppy, so
That works.
maybe she would have little wolf ears where the horns would be normally, with the right one being like
Yet
Maybe
another
which
Mia
one
character
is
becomes a
the-
furry.
Be chugging it.
a bit bite mark or something that where it's just a big bit missing from maybe a past encounter.
All right. Who wants to go next?
Well, I guess I'll do that.
Oh,
so
I should say, Habiki, sorry. Ilena has come back to herself. Absolutely, I can give you space to roleplay that. I know we left things off on a cliffhanger last time, a little heavy. This is probably a shock for Ilena, so I'm sorry if I rushed into this.
Okay, yeah,
We can
no
give
worries.
space for that.
So, so Ilena actually, she came back to herself, and she actually knows that, like, she, quote unquote, saw that too. So her memory, she relived that herself. So not only the memory Ilena, but also the real Ilena lived that, right?
It's like
Alright.
you had momentary amnesia about all of your life since that point, but it all came
Mhm.
back as soon as Stabble let
Okay.
go of your soul.
Right.
Everything came rushing back, and everything came back to you. Volk, of course, at this point, because their memories are being pulled apart. Volk only has the memories that would reasonably exist in this period of their life. Everybody else still has their memories, and you're familiar with the way it works at this point. When you go into one of these memories, you morph to fit in, but there are limits to the way the construct works. Basically, you're going along with the ride because you're stuck in the loot as well.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. So yeah, Ilena, she probably would appear somewhat similar to her own memory, although unwillingly, but that's kind of also dressed way more lightly because of the climate. Also, she would present like wolf-like features similar to Volk and Irina, and Rory. So yeah, and she is kind of confused now of everything that happened, and she kind of relived that all. So she is feeling not exactly super well, but she's trying to go along. Yes, Matt.
Beautiful.
I wasn't expecting it, but I'm here for it.
I know.
I mean, Volk doesn't have any animal features. They have the hairstyle of a wolf's tail.
Red,
Which
how
is
would
essentially what I
how would an 18-year-old Redmond fit into the Feywild, Matt?
Into the Feywild. Oh,
Yeah.
let's fucking go. So, 18-year-old Redmond.
That's where we are.
So, 18-year-old Redmond is a rough-looking half. He's in the shape of a person, and if you look at him really hard, you can see he's there. But if he's on the periphery of your vision, he just doesn't seem to be all that present. Almost as if he's just trying to escape even your vision, unconsciously somehow, trying to escape something. Although when you do make eye contact with him, you see within him this burning desire, the kindling and embers of something you do not know, but something that resonates within you intrinsically due to the nature of the Feywild. In terms of actual physical appearance, he seems quite normal, a bit gangly, a bit skinny and scrawny, but otherwise human.
Aggressively human, one might say,
Aggressively human.
with this crowd.
Yes. Unrelentingly human.
That brings us at last to Astora. So, Astora, you're a bit new to this,
Yeah.
the way these dream sequences are working. So, What would Diana look like as a equivalent of an 18-year-old in the Feywild?
Well, I suppose she'd look pretty much the same as like you all would know her. The elves are pretty much ageless after maturing, so after 18, I suppose. She would have, rather than the dark, like purplish hair, like glowing white hair with tinges of blue near the ends. Her, her, she would be wearing her flowing white dress, but rather than the pure white, it would have sort of like snowflake things on it, as if she was
And
with
grass stains.
What's that?
I said in grass stains.
Grass stains? I suppose there might be some grass stains near the bottom.
Because we're in the woods.
So flowing white, light white gowns with snowflake designs on them.
Yeah.
I love it. Another thing to note about these memories, you are only here spiritually. The exception is Redmond, who is here bodily, which is why Redmond doesn't have a golden thread. The rest of you are here spiritually. So you didn't bring any of your magic items with you. And for the purposes of physical endurance, your mind is basically taking on the qualities of the body that you're inhabiting. Where that comes up, we're using survivor stat blocks, which we're actually going to level up this game, this session. Well, otherwise, you use your regular mental stats. Okay? Everybody good?
What's a survivor stat block?
They are in the journal. There are basically they're level 0 characters. Von Richten's guide introduced them. It's a way to sort of play below level 1 to sort of make the game increasingly scary. So essentially they're civilians or NPCs.
Got it.
So since you were non-combatants last time, we started with survivor level 0s, and then we'll jump them up when it comes up later in the session today. So you can pick whichever archetype you feel fits you best, and then you'll use that stat block to roll with.
Oh, okay, so apprentices like wizards, I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So as you're walking along, any conversations? How are we reacting as you are walking along this long road?
Why does it feel like we've been walking down this road for so long? Do we remember, by the way, do we remember previous dreams?
Yes, you do. The only person who doesn't is the person whose dream it is. It's kind of the experience of having a dream where you're just in a place, you don't remember how you got there.
It begins in media res.
Yeah, remember those of us who have seen the classic film Inception. The description of the way dreams work in that would apply here. You're just sort of in the middle of something. It feels right, but you don't know how you got there. But yeah, all of you have memories of everything that have happened so far, except for Volk, who currently is reliving being 20 or so again.
Ilena,
Yes?
are you okay?
Yes. Nothing to worry about, Red.
Okay. Okay. Is anyone?
She is not okay, but...
Oh no, 100%. I don't imagine. Like I imagine on your face, it's awful.
She's like, you know, she's like, she looks like she has been awake for a week straight. She is like extremely exhausted, but she kind of tries to cover that up the best she can.
So this is a dream place, right?
This is a
That's it.
dreamscape. What would you like to do?
I would like to make something out of my mind. Okay, so
Alright.
I'd like to try to make something out of my mind.
All right.
I would like to try and make a little trinket. One of a endearing childhood figure.
Okay. Well, as you are walking along, I would like you. You're just going to try to conjure this out of thin air into your hands?
Yeah, I just want to make a little token just to give to Ilena to make her feel better.
Okay. That sounds to me like a performance check. And since this is going on inside Volk's mind, Why don't we do a performance check versus an insight check to see whether
Ooh.
Volk's brain will allow this magical event to happen, or whether it will snap back to how this memory actually was.
This is.
So we're gonna do
This-
a player versus player roll here.
Let's go! I'm actually here for this. I'm here for this.
Insight. I have fairly decent insight. Let's
Yep.
hope that I
Matt
roll
always does
well.
PvP.
One.
It's my fault, really.
It's the third time.
All right, so the DC is a 10, Matt. A 15.
Go.
Yeah.
That's
So
15.
you are able to conjure this trinket.
And I'll hand it gently to Ilena, not saying a word, and I'll kind of clasp it over their hands. Do you know when you give it something to someone and they put it in their hand, clasp it over their fingers over the item? And it's kind of part
I
of
get it.
that.
I get it.
Volk, do you know where this path leads?
Nope. The Feywild always takes you where you need to be. You guys,
Yeah.
you guys should know this. You've been here. Well, you haven't been here as long as I have, but the Feywild just kind of leads you to where you're meant to go. I guess. I don't know.
And where are
I'm-
you meant to be?
I don't know. That's why I don't know where I'm going.
Well,
That's the adventure of it.
you ended up here with us, so maybe that's a good sign.
Yes, indeed.
It's quite easy. You can't get lost if you don't have a proper place you want to be.
Yes, it's impossible to be lost if you have no destination in mind, because every destination you end up in is the one you wanted to be there, because that makes sense.
Yeah. Maybe. I could do with getting lost for a little bit.
I think.
Well
we'll
then,
have to-
get lost.
Then let's get all lost.
Either you can never be lost, or you're always lost. That's the joy of the Feywild.
It's true.
Oh,
I lost what
maybe-
Astora was saying, by the way. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Didn't say anything.
Oh, never mind then. I'm hearing things.
It's all good. The Drow whispering into your ears. I'll just say to the party, why don't we all get lost together? That sounds nice.
Indeed.
It does.
We
I
have-
like the sound of that.
Sounds like a very stress-free life.
It
Maybe.
certainly does.
Maybe it's fine to lead the stress-free life, even just for a little bit, right? What say everyone?
Could be nice.
But let's go. And Redmond will extend his hands to either side, like, kind of like inviting everyone to hold hands. And could I do the trinket thing
Volk
again?
eagerly, like,
You absolutely
they seem
can.
happier.
Yeah.
Yeah, you absolutely can. I would like you to make the check again, but since you've succeeded already, I'll give you advantage. So please roll another insight, Volk.
21.
All right, yeah. So what would you like to produce?
And in the hands of Redmond, whoever would hold them on his left and right, you'd feel this kind of small, the small imprint, like a coin, but it feels warm and nostalgic to the touch. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
All right. So you can absolutely begin running, and maybe the excitement of holding hands and running together with your friends in the woods takes over, and you feel free for a moment, and you run, and you can feel the breeze in your face. The scent of spring in the air. This place is just disgustingly spring. You move your way through, and
Disgustingly spring.
exactly, it could be minutes, it could be hours, it could be weeks for all you know that you're running, just feeling the joy of this place. When all of a sudden the environment changes a little bit. You catch the scent of smoke in the air, just a deep sort of that old burn, like if you come across a campfire that hasn't been lit for a while but you still have that ash smell about it. And you come across a clearing, and in this clearing there is a circle of trees wherein everything within is ash, and it's not fully burnt. It's not to the point where it's like white and blowing in the air like snow. It's burnt that kind of glossy black sort of ash. The trees, the grass, the mushrooms, the rocks on the ground, everything is just sort of blackened. And you stumble upon this, just wandering through, just enjoying the moment. You come into this clearing, and everything is just all of a sudden dead. Like there was a wildfire here, but located just in this 30-foot sphere. And in the center of this sphere, kneeling on a boulder and weeping, is a young man. Looks like an elf, for all intents and purposes, but their skin is this same sort of ashen texture. If you've ever seen wood that is fully caught on fire, but then the fire got put out, there's that sort of quality about burnt wood that's, it still looks porous like wood, but it's completely black. And there's that glistening bits of glass from the heat that sort of reflects the light. There's almost a sparkle to it. And this person made of living burnt bark is kneeling on this stone, just weeping as if they're the protagonist of some Greek myth, just crying to themselves.
I approach, of course.
Alright.
Are you alright?
Oh, no, I'm not all right. I'm not all right. My love is lost, and all is lost.
Volk approaches closer, like curious and confused.
Sure.
Just not really knowing how to. He doesn't know anything about romance. So they're like, I don't know how to comfort you, but I'm just gonna like pat you on the back, I
Yeah.
guess.
You are surprised when you touch this creature. They are completely cold to the touch. It feels like the essence of winter as a person. And he just looks at you, and you can see the tears are sort of glossing down the ash of his face, and he says, "You don't have to understand. Have you ever lost somebody? Someone who promised everything to you, who you were going to be with forever, and then they were stolen from you? Have you ever lost anything?"
I have. Well, what I lost wasn't really worth keeping, but. I
Well, then you're
understand.
lucky. It's better to have never loved than have lost. I certainly wish I could just forget.
Do you really?
I'm sure there's magic out there that can make you do that.
Maybe not.
Why do you... If you forget, then the time you spent with who you loved was not worth anything in the first place. Why would you want that?
I suppose you're right. I'm so distraught. I can't get the thoughts of her out of my head. She was so beautiful. A spring summer day brought to life. And her laugh, and her insights, and her care, the warmth of her touch.
Where has she gone?
She was taken back to her village. They don't like people like me. She knew that if she went back there, they would never let her go again. But she said she needed to get her things if we were going to run away together. So she had to go. She hasn't been back. It's been weeks. I've been alone here waiting.
Maybe she's just got sidetracked. Maybe we can go to the village and talk to her.
Would you do that? Would you go to the village and check on my
Of
love?
course.
Would we?
What's her name?
Her name is Imothy. And he falls back on the stone sighing and puts his hand on his head. And he says, Imothy, remind her of her love. Remind her of her young Ganga of the woods.
Of course.
We came upon each other, and we walked and we talked and we fell in love. And now she is gone. She is a young spring Eladrin, Her skin is the most beautiful yellow, and her hair is the most vibrant green.
We'll find her. I'll find her for you. I'll tell her you're waiting.
Now, I should warn you, the way to the way to the village that she is from is quite perilous. These spring Eladrin, they don't like being stumbled upon. You can imagine why, if they fall in love so readily and would leave their home, they would never come back. You must travel down this path in the woods, follow this game trail. You will come to a river. You must cross this river. If you try to go around, if you do not follow the game trail over the river, you will become lost and you will never find the village. So you must continue down this trail, cross over the river, exactly as it presents itself to you. You'll find yourself in the village.
Can I? So, I'm 18 years old right
You are.
now. Right?
But you are also
I-
Redmond.
Exactly, and I've been through a lot, very recently, and I know what desperation is like. I know the taste of it.
Yes.
What sort of desperation is on this creature's actions, their countenance, their
Yeah.
visage?
Why don't you roll an insight check? And
Thank you.
Volk, since you are versed in Feywild things, would you like to make a nature check for me to see if you can suss out what this creature's race is? Thank you.
It's a 23.
Yeah. All right. So I'll deal with the nature check first, and then I'll jump into the insight because it might be relevant. So Volk, this is a creature called a lampad. This is a Frey creature. They're not very common. There are 4 courts in the Feywild, corresponding to the seasons. Lampads are odd because they're sort of a non-season. They're one of the creatures that Mother Wolf absolutely would consider evil. They are essentially the dryads of death. The concept of death in a wildfire is what these Fey creatures represent. As far as Mother Wolf is concerned, they show up and they lead people to their deaths and then take them to the underworld where they consume them forever. This does not strike you that way. And that'll lead into the insight. Redmond, the sense you get from this creature is absolute desperation. It feels really young. Now, of course, we know Redmond is 50. He's seen it all, done it all. This is a kind of a Romeo and Juliet sort of vibe, where this is very clearly somebody who is deeply, incredibly, stupidly in love, but maybe thinks it's a bigger deal than it actually is. Like the way romance feels when you're like 15, rather than how it actually feels when you're an adult.
Yeah, it's life or death.
Yeah, exactly.
I will never love
She
you
didn't
again.
text me back. The world is ending. I need to go, jump in a river because she didn't text me back within 3 hours, which
hates
means she
me,
must
obviously.
secretly hate me. Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant. If that's too loud, I kind of. My hand with that trinket still warm, I'll kind of try and approach him, and I'll try and. So, Volk, you're next to this creature, right? I would like to take my left hand and grab your hand, and then use my right hand to grab this creature's hand. And there's this warmth that emanates. Says, "We will find your love." And he doesn't say it to the creature. He just says this directionlessly. We will find your love.
He sighs contentedly and he says, "I believe you. Perhaps it was fated this way. My helpful wolf pack wandered out of the woods."
We'll find her. I promise.
Now remember, go down the trail and cross the river.
Of course, that's the rules of the Feywild. Follow the directions. Follow the yellow brick road.
Indeed. And then he returns to his swooning on the rock.
Can I insight his saying
Adorable.
about go across the river exactly this way, because this seems fishy.
You
as
certainly
fuck,
can.
Even if people are like, oh yeah, he's just madly in love, because it's just it's too fishy not to.
So it's coming from a place of desperation. He needs you to get this because it's important. You can't quite get why it's important, but you don't really sense a maliciousness to it. It's more like this is something that you need to understand for his desires to happen, for him to be reunited. So, like, he's hitting on it so precisely because if you do it wrong, he's fucked.
Okay, so we have to go specifically there because, according to him, it's the only way to go in there.
Mhm.
And
It's,
it
it's-
seems to be a reason why he says it so precisely.
Yeah, it's Mirkwood rules. If you go off the trail, you will disappear.
Follow the golden road.
Follow the yellow the crow.
Also, can I try to transform into a nice wolf?
You can try. Again, we'll do the. Well, I'm gonna go with performance, but if you have an argument for a different skill set, and we'll do it against Volk's insight.
Do I have anything else?
I rolled
a low
pretty
DC.
poorly, so good luck.
I will do the performance.
I believe in you.
Hey,
That's an extra play.
Yeah. So you are able to morph into a wolf.
I'm a nice grey wolf now, with
Yeah.
the right
Would
ear
it-
still having a little bite mark and being a bit droopy.
I think at this point, like, in Volk's actual life, they were probably something along the lines of, like, either existing as a first level druid or, like, approaching first level
Yeah.
druid, so I wonder if they have the ability to transform at this point or not.
If I would, I think at this point in Volk's life, very, very young, Volk is only like just becoming an adult in real time. So Mother Wolf would have taught you the basic forms, like the form that is inherent to Mother Wolf. So you can become a wolf. But that's about it at this point. You don't have any druid levels yet. You're still a survivor. Essentially, you're still an NPC, a non-combatant. But you can become a wolf. So you're like a one-quarter
I
CR.
want to do that. I like being a wolf. I
Very
like
well.
being a- I mean, I like being a cat more, but right now I don't know that.
Exactly. And with this established and with this being your wolf pack, I think Rory's opened up the floodgates. All of the rest of you have a wolf form you can turn into. We can go full furry here. Full fursona.
Yip yip.
Yiffing in hell.
No,
After all, this is true suffering.
not
That's why we
sexual.
must-
This is true. Yeah,
What
no
have you
sexual.
done?
Wolf is asexual. I am asexual.
Yes.
He is not sexual.
Mia really brings the suffering by making us all furries.
Yeah,
It's true.
exactly. Mia, what
You don't
the heck
have
is
to.
that?
You don't have to. You can remain as a person, but you have access to this wild shape if you would like while you are in the stream.
Oh, stick.
I mean,
Can
Rory
we-
was
Wolf it-
already like in half wolf form.
Would we
Yeah.
have to
I-
Volk
in
is,
my
Volk
mind-
is 100% going to turn into a wolf.
Works? What were you going to say, Matt?
do we have to be wolves? Can we be a bear?
If you want to do something different, that's going to be another performance check. But wolf pack fits what Volk
It
expects
does.
at this point.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, wolf pack. Wolf pack.
Yeah, sure. Wolfpack.
Wolf pack. Oof oof.
Wolf pack. Let's go.
Are you guys all transforming into wolves?
Let's go.
I
Unleash
yeah,
your
I am.
infinite
in support of Volk, 100%. Let's go.
Oh no, I feel like we're peer pressuring a Sora.
You
Join
Um,
the furry
You
side.
don't have to.
I,
You don't have to.
I
You will be able to keep up if you don't want to.
I will turn into a wolf.
All right. So everybody has their Disney transformation, and you're now all drawn like 90s Disney animated characters.
Let's go.
And you run down this game trail in the forest, and with your heightened senses, you know exactly where you're going. You're on a mission now. No chance of getting lost anymore. You follow this trail, and you indeed come across a river, and it is a very wide river. I have a battle map for it, actually.
We can talk about some wolf form.
Well, you'll talk to each other in Wolf,
Yeah.
so yes,
Yeah.
essentially.
Yeah. I'm well aware that like in character this is like some traumatic event for Volk, right?
Yes, you've been through two others. You were there. We'll just say that
Yeah.
Diana was really quiet.
I'll kind of like hang back. I assume Volk is leading us. I'll hang back, try and speak to Redmond without them hearing us. And I'll say, based on our two previous encounters with whatever your father is doing, I don't. I think we can assume this isn't going to go well.
I think you're right. It won't. It'll end heartbreak, I'm sure. But I don't think it's our place to stop it.
Is there nothing we can do to make it slightly easier? I mean, you saw how Ilena was.
I think just being there for them in their darkest hour is all we can do as friends.
I can't help but think there's something more, but I can't think what it would be.
If you do think of it, let me know. But I think this is fine, Dad. We're doing our best. Just stay a while, enjoy the good times.
While
Because
they
they won't-
last.
Because even these good moments we share together won't be ruined by the tragedy that follows.
I suppose so.
We'll be okay.
All right.
Okay.
And with that conversation had, you have reached the river. Now, this is a very fast-moving river. It is also impossibly deep. You could see that just a few feet into the river, it drops down to like deep, dark blue. There's no way you're swimming across this thing. And you could see coming up the river a ways, there's a bunch of driftwood passing down the river. And you could watch them as they pass by in front of you, one after another. And it looks like you're going to have to hop your way across these logs as they pass you by.
Frogger.
I gave it a different name, which will be explained in a bit. But yeah, this is minigame number 2 that I had brimming in my brain, inspired by Frogger. So if everybody would like to drag your tokens onto the map and roll initiative,
Let's go.
I will roll initiative for the river.
This is. I hope it's like Wolf or something. This is amazing.
Just because we're all certain I'm going to
What's
pick the one wolf figure.
Wolf.
Yeah, we're playing Wolfer.
Just
I
gonna
still love it
stand
every
here a
single
second.
time when the token comes out. It's so funny to me.
Oh, are you wrong sized? Tiny Ilena.
Yes, small Ilena.
It's because I made this token on the map that doesn't have a grid, so it's the size of the pixels, so it's
You
tiny.
can resize it and then delete the old token that is saved on the sheet and then save this one.
So the river goes on initiative count 0. The rest of you will have your own initiative counts during this game of
Here's the
name to be
question.
revealed. Yes.
Ooh.
Do we have wolf stats?
Your stats will not be relevant here. This is a mini game.
Okay.
If you would like to use your
But it
skills
affects
to...
It might affect initiative.
Yes, you're correct. You can use your stats for initiative.
Wolf stats. Cool.
Woof stats. Woof stats.
I rolled terribly anyways, so
All right.
What's the initiative button on these survivor sheets?
It should be in the same spot as any NPC. So if you open it up,
It's
it
next to
should
the
there's
be...
a little there's a little thing near
Oh,
him.
I see it.
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
see it. Thank you.
That sounds like a non-roll-20 DM right there.
I don't use the Roll20 character sheets. I use D&D Beyond with a home integration.
I will accept that. For now.
Sponsored content. So Wolf is...
Me.
Riley. Not Riley. Mia.
Right.
I was thinking Rory. I said Riley, and then I said Mia, so it was a big mess. Okay, so for starters, I'm going to drop some logs to start off the game. So the way this is going to work is... Well, actually, once I do this, I will read out the rules that I wrote. So the goal, obviously, is to cross the river.
It's to get across.
Okay, so this game rules. Scroll up a little bit so I can read them. Everybody rolls initiative. The river goes last and is populated by me rolling a d10 for each of 4 slots on a grid. There are a bunch of things that show up to populate the river. The thing that you need to know is that you can move, you can jump up to 2 squares onto any log. So you can move forward or diagonally or to the side 2 squares. To jump to a log, you have to meet the DC of the log. The DC is the red number on the log. At the river's turn, each log is going to move a certain number of squares to the left. Higher DCs move slower, lower DCs move faster. So you have to move off of the lower DCs faster. If I roll a crit on one of the slots, we're going to get a toad that moves on the right side. A giant toad is going to be swimming the opposite direction on the river, which you can tell it where to go for 1 turn if you get on the toad. But you have to roll 20 to land on the toad. The other thing is, if I roll 1, a grung will appear on the opposite side of the river and give a penalty to the first 2 rows, which is why this game is called Grunger instead of Frogger.
I fucking love these
So
games.
let's see how this goes. So up first, we have Mia. So Mia, you can approach the river and you can jump to the first slot of logs if you would like. It's a DC 7 to land on it.
So
And
just
2 person per log. That's the other thing. 2 people per log.
So just straight up d20.
Yes.
I failed.
You fail. So you fall into the water and are pushed back towards the start. Next person. Ilena gets to go. Ilena, you can attempt to jump
Okay.
on this log.
I certainly will. Let's go.
You land on the log.
Good stuff.
I land on the log.
Oh,
Under the log.
I need to put them to the back.
I land.
So Spencer,
Yes.
I know it's a minigame and mechanics are very constrained, but can I use my time or turn, I suppose, to help someone?
You certainly can when it is your turn. I'm amenable to these things. It is a minigame, not a video game.
Mm-hmm.
So Diana, you are up next. Again, I haven't playtested this like the fishing minigame last time. I haven't playtested anything. So if you have ideas how to make this game better, you could absolutely go for it. Like I had an idea for you to do a long jump. Like if you want to try to go 8 squares, you maybe doing like a penalty or a disadvantage or something like that. I'm not sure. I'm open to rule changes.
So you said how far can we jump? 4 squares?
4 squares.
Okay, I'll just try and get on this. Get on this one then. The one that Elena's on.
All right.
18.
Yeah, so you get on there. So the 2 of you are on this very wide, flat piece of driftwood that's sort of rocking slightly. Now we come to Volk's turn. So Volk.
I guess it makes sense for me to go and try to get to this one.
All right. Maybe instead of 4 squares, you can jump 2 squares regularly at disadvantage with 4. Because then if you try to jump 2 slots, it's a harder way to go. So,
Yeah.
yeah. D20 with disadvantage.
Okay.
Let's go, Volk.
Am I doing... What's this? Yes.
Eh.
That does not work.
Yeah, so you splash into the water and they get washed up on the shore, and Redmond, you can pull Volk out of the water so they don't drown.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I'll do exactly that.
All right, and then,
I'm a wet dog.
yeah. Redmond, you're up next. The
You
water
are
is
very-
fast.
The water is fast. You are a very wet dog. That's okay. Let's get you dried off. After all, this is all for you, and I'll use my action to help you jump for your next.
All right. So you have advantage on your next roll, which means if you want to make a long jump, it'll be a regular roll. And now it is the river's turn. So up first, all of these guys are going to move. So the 7 is going to move 8 squares to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The other 7 is going to move 8 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the 15 moves 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. The 13 moves 7. And then I'm going to roll the slots. So,
Let's go.
for new logs. Slash R or R slash?
Slash R.
Slash R.
Slash R.
New Logs would be an amazing band name.
It would.
With a New Logs.
Okay, so we got a 9, a 3, a 3, and a 4. So, with a 9. Wait, I need to double check if I might have messed myself up here and done it wrong.
It's okay.
This is what I was designing this morning.
Beautiful.
So the 5 or 6 is no new log. With a 9, we get I didn't update these, that's why. With a 9, it's a 17. So we get a new 17 right here. Then we get 2 3s, which are 2 9s. I'm sorry, this is so slow.
No, it's fine. I like this.
And then
I just like. Are you both having fun over there on that log?
It's quite precarious, but I think we'll be fine.
It looks precarious, but you're both rocking it very well.
Well, until it doesn't roll over, we're fine.
If it does, I'll be there to catch you if you fall.
so that's the river's turn. It is the next turn. Up first is Mia.
I will actually try to jump on the second one with disadvantage. So
Okay.
is it done?
Hey! You land on it.
Be underneath.
To back.
To back with the.
To back with the.
Ah.
Alright, then up next is Ilena.
Alrighty. So I'll. Can I attempt this jump?
That is indeed 4 squares, so you can attempt that jump.
Okay, so I will attempt that jump. Please, gods of the dice.
Hey, you nailed it!
Hey.
So you leap across and you land on that log. It shakes under your weight, but you manage to do it. Astora, you're up next.
Okay, I think going there is my only option, unless I can. Let's see. Well, why don't I have a? Oh, have they changed the UI?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the ruler now it's like.
Oh,
That change is nice. What
Okay.
isn't nice is the dark mode button that you can't take off of the screen.
Oh yeah. I think my only option is to do just copy what Ilena has just done. So
Alright.
I'm gonna try that disadvantage. Oh.
Ooh. So you make the leap. You don't quite make it. You splash into the water and wash back up on the shore.
Oh, welcome back.
Back at the start.
Alright. I'm going to try to join my wolf buddy.
Okay.
With a flat roll.
Flat
because
roll.
I've been given advantage.
Oh.
That does not. That
Wet again.
nope.
Nope.
I am another wet dog.
You splash into the water and come back up on shore. Red, it is your turn. Would you like to help your
Wonderful.
friends again, or do you have anything else clever you want to do to try to break this dream?
2. Okay, you know what? So these are dogs, right?
These are dogs.
And what's more adorable than throwing dogs? So.
I
Okay,
mean,
no, this did not come out as.
no, I was gonna say.
Sorry,
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
That was the wrong intonation. Okay, right.
Okay,
I would
now we
like-
know that Matt likes eating dogs.
Yes.
I'm just gonna swiftly move on.
That works. Yeah. Just
I
pretend
would-
it didn't happen.
I just pretend it didn't happen. It was all a collective dream. I would like to. Okay, here's a thought, right?
Yes.
Here's a thought. Can I grab a branch from this area
Mhm.
and just throw it into the water, and it'll be a randomized number, or no, a number I can choose.
Okay.
A number I can choose, and yeah, that like as a turn.
So you want to create your own sort of raft real quick.
Yeah, like a raft, but I still have to. You still have to, yeah.
Okay. I'll say this will give you a platform. It won't last because this river is moving super fast. It'll give
Yeah.
you a platform to get onto the first area.
No, what I meant to say is, do you know how we have random like these branches with numbers, right?
Yes.
Can I create my own? Can I create like, as a turn, create my own branch with a number?
Oh, so you want to create a log to create
Yeah.
a driftwood to put in there. All right. Roll me a d10.
Okay. Would I be able to choose it, or do I have to?
The d10 will determine how successful you are. A
9.
9. All right.
That's a big boy.
So with a 9, you pull out. You manage to pull out a spindly little branch. It'll be pretty hard to get on here. So with a 9, you get the hardest branch. There you go.
Let's go. Let's go.
That's
Okay.
all you could carry.
That's all I could carry.
Well, you are a wolf, and you are pulling a branch out of the woods, so it's a pretty skinny looking branch. You can put that down, and it'll join the river.
Wunderbar.
Oh, another thing, if logs hit each other, the smaller one sinks.
Really?
Uh-oh. Goodbye.
Oh.
No, not the Stora, Hibiki.
Elena. Oh no. Elena's on the bigger one, right?
Yeah, the bigger
Yeah.
one is... Wait, no, yeah,
Oh.
the bigger one is the smaller branch
Yeah.
because the big branches go fast.
Is that how it works, Spencer? As in bigger numbers win, or?
Oh, I meant the bigger number, yeah.
Yeah,
The flimsier branch. The higher DC is the flimsier branches, so they go under
Okay.
if they get hit.
Sorry for the traction game. Okay, that would be my.
It's okay. I didn't explain the rules very well. I made the slapdash this morning in about 2 hours, so there you go.
This is good. This is collaborative.
Okay, so you have put that down. Would you like to make a leap?
Oh, I would like to. I can't hurl someone, right? I can't make someone else leap, right? Unless.
I'll say you can. You'll make the roll to try to do it though.
Thank you. I would like to throw Volk on number 9.
Though I am kind of making you take 2 actions this turn, because your
Yeah,
one
that's
action was to
true.
create that branch.
That's true. Yeah, that'll be it. That'll be it. That's true. That's
Okay.
true. Yeah.
River goes next. So everything moves. This branch goes outside of the river. Go and put it back up here. This branch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I may have made these numbers too big too. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one moves 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And it is sunk under its fellow. This one. 1, 2, 3, 4. This one. There. And
Well, I
Boom.
just realized something.
yes.
I have nowhere to jump.
Uh-huh. Hence the frustrating part of this game.
So, now you did it in 2 different ways. One time the higher number stayed, one time the lower number stayed. So now I'm confused.
I may have fucked that up.
Because up here the number 9 disappears,
We have a
and
bit of
the
a
number
fucking monkey.
15 disappears.
Elena should be sunk.
Yes. No, the bigger number is
Bigger
the
number wins.
yeah, the
number
bigger
wins.
the smaller number wins because the bigger number is
Yeah,
the
there was a
flimsier
9
branch.
There was a 9 that crashed
Oh.
into the 15, and you got rid of the 9.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. So Elena gets some. So smaller number always wins. Smaller number always wins.
Yes.
Small number
For
are
this.
big branches that are easy to land on.
Yes.
But they also
number
get
wins.
catch more of the drift of the water and get
Yes.
flung faster.
We're no
So-
longer playing D&D. We're playing another system.
Grunger.
No, this is amazing. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
I'm
perfect.
having a hell of a time.
Perfect.
Oh, yeah.
So we get to start off, we get a 9 up in slot 1. Also should
That
have
is
just
true.
made shit tons of copies of these. We get a 10, which is a frog. So a frog appears in slot number 2, moving in the opposite direction. Frog always wins as well.
Frog always wins.
And a 4 is 1, 2, 3, 4. In slot 3. And then a 5 in slot 4, which is a DC 13. Boom. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to have them like queue up and then they'll move at the start of the next turn rather than just knock everybody off right at the beginning. Playtesting. So that's the river's turn. Wolf.
Rory.
There's only
Tiefling
one
wolf.
thing to go. So I fall in the water.
You fall in the water.
Wow.
Come back up to the surface. Ilena.
Let me see if I can make the.
Ooh.
Can I make this jump?
You can attempt it.
What's the
It'll
DC
be a
for the
disadvantage.
shore?
What's the DC?
The DC for the shore should be pretty difficult. I didn't set a DC for the shore.
They should be normal, right? Because like 10, right? Because it's not like a
Yeah.
hard mark.
Yeah, a 10. A 10.
10?
Disadvantage with a 10.
Now, I swear to God, if the dice fuck me up this
Right.
time.
Goodbye.
Yeah,
It's
you make it
a
across.
disadvantage.
Oh, disadvantage, you're right, because you're moving 2 slots.
But
Splash! Back to the beginning.
okay, we need teamwork.
Right.
Teamwork
Makes the dream work.
We are the wolf pack. We help each other, friends.
Woof woof.
We can do this.
So Diana,
And
what's up?
I'm going to move over to Volk and I'm going to cast guidance on them.
Nice.
Alright.
Nice.
So yeah, so Volk is slightly more. I don't know. They have frog legs on their wolf.
Hey! So you have become a frog wolf. You can add a
Frog
d4
wolf.
to your d20.
How terrifying.
After owl bears, we have frog wolves.
Frog
Owlbears, frog wolves.
It's just a wolf with the back half of a frog.
Oh, wolves.
Damn it.
Alright.
It's like a griffin,
Oh,
but a frog.
say less.
That brings us to
I'm
Volk's turn.
I'm gonna try to get to this 11.
Alright, so with an 11, disadvantage. But you get to
Yeah,
add
I
a
know.
d4.
Alright, 2d20. Pick the lower. But yeah, there's no way I'm making that.
Unfortunate. You splash into the water and roll up back to shore. Redmond's turn.
Redmond. So, I will. Can I throw? Can I throw someone?
You
throw
can
someone?
absolutely attempt to throw somebody.
Can I throw? Can I throw Volk?
You can throw Volk, yes. They
Volk,
just came up
do
out
you-
of the water.
Do you want to be thrown?
Oh! Okay.
Alright, let's go. Okay, so I am a squire. Would it be like an athletics check or is it just a d20 as normal?
You can do
With
athletics
round
since it is your wolf. Yeah, go athletics with the squire's abilities.
Brilliant. Oh no, gang.
Nope.
Oh,
Well, this ain't it. This ain't it. The rolls are really.
Yeah.
The rolls are random elements.
So
yeah.
Volk, you splash back into the water and come back to the shore.
I just thought you'd want to be thrown into the water. It's fun, right? You're having fun.
All right, everybody gets to go. So this guy goes off into the distance, out of the river. This fellow moves 4 to the left. Also 4 to the left. Also 4 to the left. 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Off of the map.
Did frog move?
I will
Sorry,
do that
toad?
one last. So 1, 2, 3. On the toad's turn, swimming to the right, and that is everybody. So now I roll 4 more d10s. Another frog.
Toad!
Another frog in the same slot too. So that's 17. A frog.
Double frog.
Okay, Spencer, I have a question for the
Yes.
game. Minigame. Is there a way to bypass a roll by using extra effort in some way?
Extra effort.
So it turns instead of the brain power being relying on the rolls, it relies on calculating all the branches that are moving. You know what I mean?
Oh, so you want to like sort of plan out your plan of attack.
Yeah, but like it takes a bit longer, but there's a guarantee that you'll jump on a log. If that makes sense. Does that make sense?
Uh,
Does it-
hmm.
'Cause I
How would we
envision-
adjudicate that?
I 100% envision we're gonna fail all these rolls, and we're always gonna be back. In the
That's
game.
true. That's true. That's true. I can say you can prep. You can sacrifice this turn
Yeah.
to have like a +5 on your next roll.
That's a good shout. That's an amazing
Good.
shout.
Also, to Flair's question, I'm pretty sure this is one of the ones I purchased. I purchased his Chult pack off of DM Foundry or what? DM's Guild. Thank you. I purchased his Chult pack. I think this is one of them. I just
Oh, yeah.
put it in my folder with maps. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like one part of the map and then like tilted 90 degrees.
Yeah, I
and
zoomed
then I
in.
looked at the map on the stream and was like, hey, that's my map.
yeah, yeah. I purchased them because they're very nice maps. So
Hey.
yeah, and then they're now in my maps folder. So there you go.
Yeah. Also a very good Patreon with lots of good maps.
Plug.
Wink,
Plug,
wink,
plug.
nudge, nudge.
Yeah, I zoomed in. The Patreon watermark is in the corner. I zoomed in for it, but yes. Anyway, yeah. So you're going to take your turn to plan out your move of attack next time, and you'll have a +5 on your next roll.
And can you apply that to other people as well?
I think they would have to take that action.
That's fair.
If you want to help them, they'll have advantage.
Brilliant. Perfect.
This is Calvin Ball. It is such a mess.
Let's go.
So Mia, did you jump already?
Oh no, sorry.
'Cause Mia's up
7 to
first.
the right, I guess. Wait, no,
Alright.
it's gonna crash into 11. The 13 on the 11 on the second row because that's easier.
Okay.
So if the 7 crashes into the 11, the 7 sinks. Question mark.
The 11 sinks.
Okay, then I will crash
Yes.
on the 7 because
Ah.
last time it was, like I said, the kind of
I probably fucked that up.
I manage. Once again,
Hey!
I'm behind the lock.
Oh, damn it.
Why is this only 17s in the bottom, in the top row?
I'll move all of you guys to the front.
5 there.
To front. There we go. Boom. Ilena's turn.
I'll try to jump on this 11 log.
Go. That'll move 7 to the left at the start of the next turn. Or the river's next turn. 15 does let you do it. You managed to land on the log.
Alrighty.
Diana.
Alright, I'm going to, I'm gonna go over and give Redmond a guidance.
Okay.
And keeping in with the weirdness of the Feywilds, rather than frog legs, he gets like little stumpy little wings he can use to flap with it.
Little dodo wings.
Whittle
Yeah.
stompy wings.
I love it.
Little wings.
His guidance concentration.
Oh, it is concentrate. Oh.
Yeah, so
okay.
Volk would lose it.
Okay, I'll hold off on that then, actually.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't get my whittle
Well,
wings.
No whittle
We'll
wings.
save the whittle wing. I'll try and get on this 13
Okay.
for now.
Go for it.
Oh. Okay.
Splash into the
you
water.
perfect.
Come back to the shore. Riley,
Kind
Volk
of
gets to
my
go.
hair out.
Yep. Oh no! No? Riley is here. I thought you were frozen for a minute.
No,
I
they're
don't
not
know.
frozen.
I
they're-
was just
they're
trying to
roaming.
figure out what I was doing.
Gotcha.
Oh, Jesus Christ, man.
Got them.
Okay, so
I'm gonna try it again.
we've added
So
we've
I-
added the function that you can delay your turn to have a +5 on your next roll.
Yeah. I'm gonna try for the seven log again. I have guidance, so 2d20 plus a d4, possibly.
Let's go.
Well,
Hey!
the lower of those is a 6, and
Yeah.
6 plus a d4 is enough.
Hell yeah!
No.
You
So
land on that
I
very
joined
large
my
stable
buddy.
log. Redmond.
Yay.
Wunderbar. Dia, do you wanna jump?
Hey, are you going to throw me?
Yeet.
Do you wanna be thrown?
Go ahead. I suppose.
Don't tell the dwarf.
I'd like to throw Diana over here. If that's
All right, that's disadvantage for an 11. Athletics check.
Watch him do it.
That one's kind of dangerous because we're gonna.
So close.
That one's dangerous anyways because we're gonna crash into that on the next.
That's
turn.
true.
Oh,
So
yeah,
you
are.
would have either thrown her into the river, which you did, which is funny, or on the branch and it would have
Oh,
sunk immediately.
I had planned if you get knocked off a log, if there is another log in your path back to shore, I was going to allow you to make a dexterity saving throw to catch it.
Oh, okay.
I forgot about that.
Okay, brilliant. Sorry, Diana. I just thought I thought you'd like a little swim.
Well, the reason
Nice.
the reason I say that is since there is a log directly in your path, Astora, Diana can make a dexterity saving throw, DC 13, to catch the lower log.
Go. Let's go.
Alright. No!
Nope.
This version of Diana is not the most actual.
Well, you have 4 legs. I mean,
There we go.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, this is beautiful.
Yeah, should we be using the wolf stat block since we are physically wolves right now?
if you would like to. Yeah, if you would like to. Either or.
Because it has a +2 dex
That would be very nice
instead
in
of
this
a negative
situation.
1.
Diana would have shapeshifted to be casting guidance on people.
2 more frogs!
To be eating.
So many frogs! You gotta move the things first before.
Yeah. Before I put new ones down.
there's so many frogs in the second lane, it's ridiculous.
I wasn't expecting to roll this many crits. So the 9 is gone. 7
really helpful
is.
for us.
Or the 11.
You should
Oh, you
use
need
like
to get a
a
20.
Ilena, you are splashed back to shore.
God damn it.
And this log moves 8 to the left. And then we
it didn't
have.
press into it yet.
Yeah, they move at different speeds. I wanted to make it so you could strategize.
Mm-hmm. It's
Imagine-
just we're back to
imagine
massive
strategizing.
frogs. Back to massive-
3 frogs in a row in slot 2.
Oh shit!
And you will never get on there.
You will never. Get
Oh, come on, turn order. Too big. There we go.
So,
And then the last one
know what I'm
was
doing this turn.
this guy.
I have a plan.
Okay. Then we are back up at Mia's turn.
I'm gonna get ready to do a proper jump and wait my turn.
All right. So you have a +5 on your next roll. That brings us to Ilena.
Right, I'll try and just jump on the 13.
Jump on the 13. Let's see.
Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Nope.
Splash.
Splash into the water. Reeks of dog. Dana. Leap into the 15.
Diana's dead.
I believe in you.
Um, You might be muted,
Oh,
Asura.
I was muted. Sorry.
There you go.
Yeah,
Yeah, you go.
I was trying to get on the 15.
Hey.
Most unfortunate. You splashed into the
Yeah.
water and washed out back to shore. I may have made the DCs too high.
Guys, this is this is like the final boss. It's not.
it's true.
this
It's this game of Grunger.
Long.
It's this game of Grunger.
This is
Yeah,
very
like
fair.
when we are gonna beat Strahd to get back to the material world,
We have to get-
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, we're gonna need to beat another Grunger.
Mhm.
This is the true high.
My first idea for this game
Different lanes.
was I saw a drawing of bricks on like a paved road were secretly toads underneath the cobblestones. So I was gonna do a version of this game that was like you had to get across a brick road and random bricks were gonna be frogs. I couldn't make that work. Grunger was easier. So
We have gone
there we
in.
go. Volk, it is your turn.
I'm going to delay my turn to get a +5.
All right, you delay your turn to get a +5 on your next roll. Redmond.
I would like to help Ilena.
All right.
Right?
So giving her advantage, or you're gonna throw her.
Oh.
Do it again.
Let's throw.
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 Throw. I swear to God, Matt. If you miss, I'm gonna throw you.
I'm throwing everyone into the river.
I'm gonna help you. Whoop. Oh, whoops.
Yeah.
What are we
to-
doing it again?
to this one. Let's go. Let's go.
Hey!
I bet you for you though.
You did it.
On the 13, okay.
No, it's
I
this
thought you
one.
went for the
It's this
11
one.
because that one would have
Just-
been
That was for the 11.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah.
I think it's good.
Oh wait, it might actually be
I think
fun.
they're moving at the same rate. Yeah.
Um.
I think we're.
Oh, can you not see the tags?
No.
I gave every log a name tag that had the amount that they'll move, so you could plan ahead.
You will have to put on the
Yes,
seen by visible to everyone thing.
I should have.
There should also be like a little tag that you can toggle, like the name tag checkbox.
The nameplate is on. Does not represent a
Alright.
character. Well, anyway, the 11 is a 7. Or you know what I can do? I can move each of these down.
I think it's fine for
types
now.
of logs. I'm sorry, that's on me. This is the unfortunate part of not playtesting these things.
It's
Do not worry, my friend.
It could always be worse.
could always
This
be
is true.
It's gonna be raining.
Can you see the tag now? The name tag now?
Yes.
Of that one, yes.
I just need to make these controllable by you.
Yeah. So I think the 7 and the 11 won't crash for
Yeah,
a
I
few
thought it was a
turns,
bigger
and
difference than it is.
by that time they'll be off the board.
So my intention was that the easier logs to jump to will be like you can't stay on them as long, whereas the higher numbers move slower, but they're more dangerous because if something plows into them, you'll sink. Okay,
And they're also much harder to get onto.
Also
because
that.
we're rolling
very poorly.
high DCs.
So that was Redmond's turn. Now the river gets to go. So
Go, river, go.
repopulating the river, and
Go,
everybody
river,
moves.
go.
So everything moves a little
You did
bit
this
to the
to
left.
yourself.
I did do this to myself. Splash, this guy sinks.
Oh, convenient. It's all coming together.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Because when two logs of the same
Okay, so Ilena, you're over there now.
Because they always move at the same time.
oh yeah, they move the same rate. Forgot about that.
Uh-huh.
Okay, there you go. Everything is moved, and then we repopulate the river.
Alright.
Well, look at that. There's a frog right there, and we both have a +5.
That's
The question is, do we go for the frog
and then a
with the
nothing.
normal
And then,
+5, which is hard, or do we go with the 17 with the +5,
And
which is
then-
also hard?
Which is harder because we're rolling at disadvantage.
Yeah, disadvantage is a soft -5, so
Okay. There we go. Mia.
Your choice.
So 1 in 4
Yep.
chance for the one. For the first one. I think the branch would be slightly harder.
It
Can
would be.
2 people
Yes,
fit
yeah.
on the frog?
Yes. Everything 2 people can fit on the frog.
You have
Now,
about
the
a
frog-
40% chance of getting 17, but a 75%
believe in the
chance
heart
of
of
getting
cards?
20.
So let's see this first. I'm going for the one in the back.
Oh.
Alright. Long jump time.
And it would have been exactly enough for the frog.
Yep. Splash! Back to the start.
But now I can go to the toilet. See you in a bit.
Very fair. Have a good toilet trip. Ilena.
Righty. I'm gonna take the chance. I'm gonna jump on the frog.
Jump on the frog. Do it.
God damn it!
So close!
Are you kidding
So
me?
close! Dexterity saving throw to try to catch onto the log that you just jumped off of. Because it's in your way. There's your
there we
crit.
go.
Are you?
There we go.
So you remain on the log. The toads,
Oh,
you
you-
slipped off the toad and landed back on the log you tried to jump off of. Astora.
Oh,
I'm
we're
gonna try
rolling
and-
so well.
I'm gonna try and get on the 11.
Alright, go for it.
No. It's 2d20 KL1. Okay.
Splash.
Can I try and get on the 7 with a dex save, though, if it's in the way?
It is in the way, yes.
Okay. 5.
Sadly not. Back to the beginning.
These rolls.
Volk, you get to go next.
Alright, let's try to get on this frog. 16 plus 5 is 21.
Yeah, you land on the frog. So the way the frog works, you can tell the frog where to move next turn, whether you want it to stay where it is, move 3 to the left or 3 to the right. But you have to jump off it or the frog will kick you into the water.
Right.
So you can tell it where to go, and then you have to jump off of it.
It can't go north.
No, it stays in its lane. It's going that way. So it wants to go
Yeah.
upstream. It's not gonna go to the shore for you. It's not that friendly. It doesn't know if you're a scorpion. Matt.
Yeah, brilliant. I would like to, Dinah, do you have permission to eat?
If you want to keep trying, see what I guess, Redmond.
I would like to eat.
I would like to eat. I'd like to throw you on this 7.
Okay.
There's a 7.
Hey.
Nailed it.
Give it a little hop.
You land on the 7.
Now be an enemy.
River's
The frog Only
turn.
jump as high as it needs to.
So everybody moves. So Volk, where would you like the toad to move?
Forward.
Forward 3, or how many?
Yeah.
Forward 3.
I think. Well, I think the I want to let the driftwood move first because I want to know exactly where they're.
Okay, I'll move the driftwoods first.
Forward 2. Also,
Splash.
when,
Ilena,
when,
you're in the water.
When Rory failed, shouldn't they have? Shouldn't
Wait.
she
Oh,
have
yeah,
gotten a
probably.
chance to save and catch the 20 or the 7?
Probably. I'm sorry.
I forgot about it as well. I'm just gonna roll this.
Also,
Oh.
Spencer, the frog always wins. The
Frog always wins, yes.
I mean, I will leave it up to you if we just go and say, okay, I managed to get on a frog.
Boom. Dan, you crash into the log ahead of you and splash into the water.
Can I try and grab the 15?
Yes.
Wait, no, doesn't. No, the bigger one wins. The smaller one wins, right? Small one.
I did that
Well,
wrong.
Unless it's a frog.
I did that wrong.
The
You are correct.
Is the frog the
I have mathed myself. Yes, the frogs are crits and the grungs are 1s.
The frogs always
Okay.
win.
The frog always
Yes.
wins, but normally lower numbers win.
Yes.
Okay.
So
The
Spencer.
frog is the exception.
Yes.
I would have made the dexterity thingy for the. getting
Yes.
the
Would
frog,
you like to
but
put yourself on the frog?
I would love to, because then we will eventually get finished with this. Because I feel like otherwise it will.
I
take another hour.
think I'm gonna lower the DC as well at this point for this next round because
I feel like
It is
there's
also-
either not enough logs in the water, or they move too fast, or we need
Yeah.
more things to give us something to
Mhm.
be more certain that we don't fall in the water.
I agree. This is the playtest.
To be fair, considering how well the fishing game went,
Yes, it's
I would've
bound
said
to
Volk
mess up
2
eventually.
games in a row without any playtesting would have gone.
That's
really
true.
good.
That's true.
This one feels a bit wonkier.
Yes.
It's in quick rolls. That's why it's rolls.
It's true.
Maybe.
If it was
it's true.
pure brain power, it's something else.
Wolf.
Oh, cool.
Meal wolf.
Oh, we the frogs never moved.
You're right. I'm sorry. So you move 2 to the
I'll
right.
move forward 2. Yeah. There's a log right there.
There you go.
Yeah, come on. Forwards. Fuck. Dexterity save.
Dexterity save.
Fuck. Oh! I should have just gotten the +5. and
Flew
gone
too
for
close to the
first
sun.
turn. Yeah. It was right there, I could taste it.
Ilena.
Okay. Let's try and. Okay, so the 7 will move 8 in what direction?
Left.
In this.
Logs
And
always
left?
go left.
Alrighty, so let's jump on it.
Jump on it.
Yeah.
Jump on it. Jump on it.
Heck yeah.
Ooh, Diana.
Speaking of Diana.
That's it.
Also, at this point, if anybody makes it to the far shore, you just win.
Okay. I will try and get onto that 11.
Okay, go for it.
Yes, finally.
Heck yeah.
Getting somewhere.
2 jumps. Volk.
Let's see. I'm gonna try to jump it.
Okay. Get a 10 with disadvantage. Splash. Dexterity saving throw. Nope. Splash back to shore. Redmond.
We're so close.
So close.
Close.
So close to greatness.
That's probably a good idea if we do that. I would like to yeet Volk onto the 7.
Go for it.
Let's go.
Heck yeah. You land on the
You
log.
could have yeeted me onto the 11.
Well, just.
I'm just teasing.
Yeah.
Try not to fly too close to the sun.
Yeah.
So everybody moves.
Mhm.
Splash. Bigger number goes away.
Still no grung.
Still no ground.
Still no ground. We're not playing.
Grunner.
Don't tempt fate.
That's what I like to do. Tempt fate.
Boom.
And then pay the
And then the
price.
frogs. This frog was jumped off, so it's going to swim underwater and it's gone. Okay. And then I need to drop in the new ones. So we got a U. We have a U. We have a nothing, and we have a U.
You guys gotta move your tokens.
Yeah. Here.
Boom! Mia's turn.
Well, the 7 looks good, so let's go for that. Nope.
How are we rolling this bad?
We're saving the lock for later.
You expect me to roll good?
Yeah, there we go.
I should have gone for the frog with the double net 20. No.
Lena.
Alright. I'll try to jump on the 11.
The 11 is also gonna die next turn to the frog.
Oh my god.
Well, yeah.
Okay, Sora. We have rolled a record number of crit fails, I think, for this
If you do
game.
the far jump to the 13, you still get a chance to catch the 20, the 11. or
That's
7.
true.
I think I don't think I'm gonna be able to get a 20, but I think the far jump to the 13 is the best option.
Alright.
So I thought if I wait my turn, I'm just gonna be deleted by that frog. So hey.
Oh,
There we go.
you nailed it.
Just enough.
Alright. That brings us to Volk's turn.
I mean, my only real option is trying to get onto that 11, but it's gonna die soon.
It's true.
So
You get on the frog.
I'm gonna try to get onto this. I'm gonna try to get onto this frog.
Okay.
And I'm gonna roll at disadvantage. I'm probably gonna lose it, but I then have a chance to get onto the next frog.
True.
Train.
You could also take your
Yes.
turn. You won't be annihilated next time. You can take your turn to plan out your jump and have a +5.
True, but I don't think I'm gonna have anything to jump onto next turn
True.
because I'm gonna move a whole bunch over that way. There might be this frog.
That's true. Also, maybe I should have made the frogs be able to advance. Like, go up a rung automatically.
I would be
I feel like with how hard it is to get on them,
Yeah,
should
that would be a better
or
reward.
Either that or make them easier to
And
land
we-
on.
Yeah, in which case I would have been. I think I still would have failed that, whatever that roll was,
Yeah.
but.
With the number of crit fails we've rolled here. So from now on, frogs, instead of you choosing where they go one up. Okay.
Alright, let's roll. Let's roll a dex save. Or a dexterity. Nope. That's
Nope.
a fail. Let's see if I catch the second frog.
Nope.
Unfortunately, it's not advantage, so.
Back to shore. Redmond, Gil.
Okay.
My tongue is blue.
Hey.
Alright, I'm trying, gang. I'm trying. Ilena. No, Rory hasn't been yeeted yet. Rory, it's time to be yeeted.
Yote. Here comes the
Yeah,
yote.
do this sideway puppy look like, huh?
Are you ready?
No.
Let's go!
Hey. Nailed it.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh wait, no, it's disadvantage, right? So it's. Oh, but you get on the 7. You get on the 7.
Mhm.
Good shit. Good shit. Let's go.
River's turn.
This is a terrifying game.
Oh,
Thank
this is
you.
Actually, yeah,
I
There-
rolled
there's a
new
good game
before
in
we
here.
roll the new ones.
there is. There is a good game.
What's that?
I like doing this one in a good way is a lot more fine-tuning than you might expect from a simple game.
It's true.
Probably just less dice rolls, right? Less dice roll. That's what.
More strategy, less randomness.
Yes, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, the other game was a nice mixture of randomness and strategy. This one is basically just randomness because
Yeah.
the rolls are so high.
Question, can we
Splash.
just see if Astora manages her roll?
That's a
Just
good point.
so you don't
If you want to just roll, if you make it a story, you're on the far shore, and then the game is done.
Okay, that's just a DC 10, right?
I believe
Yes.
in you.
And you would get...
No.
Oh, god fucking damn it.
Oh, god damn
Oh.
it.
Oh,
Dexterity saving throw to catch this frog.
Oh yeah.
No.
11?
Jesus.
Well, there's logs behind both of those
Okay.
frogs, so let's get another
Yeah.
dex save.
So, one, it's your reaction. So I think at this point, the DCs are going to be lowered. All of the
Thank you.
DCs on the items are going to be lowered by 4.
good shout.
So,
Are
anyway,
frogs still 20?
no, they would be a 16.
Okay, cool.
So then that was a 9, a 3, a 10, and 8. Still no grungs.
Still no grungs. You're gonna get one grung just before the end.
Yeah, just when one of us is gonna be right there,
Yeah.
right before it's finished. Just
Yeah.
grunt.
The grung was going to be shooting poison darts at you, so if you tried to get into a log on the first row up at the top, it would be a -4, and then it would be a -2 if you were on the second row.
Oh, we should just murder that grung.
Yeah, I don't know.
Anyway.
Okay,
Drop time.
frog time. Nope. Ilena.
Alrighty.
So the DC's a -4 from what it says on the token now,
Okay,
because it's
this-
too hard. So an
No,
11.
No, it's a 9.
No, it's 9.
Should
Thank
be
you.
Okay,
You're right.
I'm on there.
You're on there. Beautiful. Astora, Diana gets to go.
I'm gonna go for this 11 then.
Okay, so that is a 7
Wait,
with
actually, no,
disadvantage
that's just gonna get.
7.
That's just gonna get
That's
done
just gonna
by
get crushed.
the. Yeah, it's gonna get
by the frog.
crushed.
By the frog.
I will go for the 13.
Okay.
Hey,
9.
Got it.
Nailed it. Volk.
I will delay my turn to get a +5 on my next one.
Beautiful. Redmond.
I would also like to delay my turn to get +5 next round.
Okay. River gets to
Actually-
go. Yes.
Can I delay my turn to get a +5 on my yeet roll?
Yes.
Thank you.
River's turn.
Is
So-
yeet roll?
Gone. Also gone.
Grung, you could say. No shame.
No shame.
Totally no
No,
shame.
no grung, no
Wow.
shame. Also splash. And then 1, 2. Oh no, Battle of the Frogs. I didn't plan for this. I didn't plan to roll so many 10s.
So many frogs.
And then off the map.
Frog.
I might also narrow the range of space you can actually get onto the logs from. Okay. And then Diana and Ilena are moved over here. And then I roll the replenishment. 9, 3, 10, 8. So 9, 3,
Another frog.
10, and 8. Oh boy. Okay. Let's go. Mia.
How confident are you in your throne, right?
Very confident.
Okay.
You
I will
wanna-
get ready. I will wait my turn until Redmond did his turn.
Okay, so you're going to delay your turn to
Hoping
after
that
red.
he will throw me onto the frog.
Teamwork makes the dream
Yeah.
work. Then Ilena is up next.
If you help,
Right.
helps Redmond, then you don't be doing like normally. You don't be rolling
I will-
normally. No, it's just-
Well, Mia's delaying her turn,
I want to get eaten by Redmond.
and then jump after.
Mhm.
Yes.
I will get my turn for +5.
Okay. Dana.
You might be muted.
I'm just thinking.
Okay.
It's a dangerous pastime.
I'm gonna try and get on the frog.
It's a
First
16
one in
now.
front of me, so it's just 16. Hey, yes.
Nailed it. So on the river's
Okay.
next turn, it'll jump up to the further slot.
Okay.
Volk.
Yes. I have a +5, So I'm going to use my +5 and try to land on the 15, which is actually 11.
Okay.
So if it's an 11 and I have a +5, then I need to roll a 6. I believe that is a 6.
Yeah. Okay. Redmond Gill, you have prepared yourself and you have a +5 if you want to throw somebody or jump.
I would like to yeet Rory onto this frog.
All right.
So I just need to roll above an 11 for both.
Yes.
Son of a bitch.
Splash. All right, Mia, you get to go.
You have your deck save.
You do have your deck save as your reaction.
Reaction go. Reaction again.
Pull yourself up on the log. So do you want to go for the far frog?
Wait, the 13 moves 7, right?
Uh-huh.
I will use my turn to get a +5 next turn.
Okay,
Good shout.
you do that. River's turn. So for starters, Astora and the Toad move up 1 slot.
Nice.
Didn't she already delay her turn for a +5?
No,
Uh,
I waited my turn until
yeah.
Redmond's turn. I lowered my initiative.
Oh, okay.
And then these move, so we up here, splash. No, not that one. Okay. Did I do it all? I think I did them all. Still no ones. Uh, 4 is nothing. No, 5 and 6 is nothing. I've completely lost the plot.
So
Four.
we're all going insane together.
Follow the yellow brick road.
Ah,
Follow the
shit.
yellow brick road.
Just fair.
Follow the yellow brick road.
And then 5 is nothing. So there we go. Ilena, you have +5 on your whatever you want to do.
Yes, I want to jump on this frog.
All right.
9 +5, 14.
Jeez.
Too late.
Too low. Yeah, it's a 16.
God damn it.
I made this game too hard. Astora.
Okay, I'll delay my turn. It's 5.
Okay. Volk.
Alright, I have a +5. No, I don't, because I just jumped. I'm gonna delay my turn for a +5.
Okay.
Because there is nowhere I can jump right now.
That's very fair. Redmond.
Wunderbar. Well, first off, I would like to. Yeah, I'm gonna jump on this one.
Okay.
It's the first time Redmond jumps.
First time
into the
Red
water
jumps.
himself.
You know, it's just a one.
Watch him fail.
Gotta beat an 11.
Wanna get wet? Wanna get wet?
You get wet.
Dang it.
And then Mia, you get to go.
14, I fall into the water. Because
Nope.
Froggle.
Oh. Well, you get a chance. Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway.
Does it
Yeah.
matter? I don't know. That's the wrong sheet.
Okay.
And I would have failed anyway.
The
Absolutely.
river is gonna go. Did Diana go that turn?
I delayed my
I'm
turn.
delayed.
Or we can do
Right,
the thing again. Maybe
right.
Diana will go for the shore with a +5 for DC 10 with his advantage.
Somebody's on a frog.
I'm on a frog.
Frog goes north.
It does.
No, this one already went north once.
Oh, okay.
Finally!
Oh no!
Let's see the grog.
Oh yeah!
Comes when we almost managed.
Oh, look at
That's
that
better than
boy.
nothing.
Look at that boy.
He looks so angry, he's so ready.
He's so ready to kill.
Watch the Anna make it to the shore and then fail because of the grunk -2.
Oh,
It's a
that's
-4.
No, because she's on the second one.
Oh, you're
Or
right.
is it depending
You're
on
right.
how you go?
No, you're right. It is a -2. I forgot what I was saying.
This little piece of.
Ilena.
Okay, I will. I'll try to get on this 11.
Okay.
That's not an 11 minus.
Which is, 7.
7.
Hey.
I'm
Nail
just
it.
enough to get under it.
Okay, Astora. You have to beat a 12 on this roll. With disadvantage. You do get a +5. So it's actually you have to beat a 7
7.
with disadvantage.
7 with this.
So roll above a 7 twice.
Please.
Please, free us.
I could go to the 11 and play it safe, right?
You could.
You get -4, right?
Yeah.
Right now it's a -2.
That would be a -2 with disadvantage.
But if I went on the 11, it would be a -4 without disadvantage, which is better.
Could also wait another turn then on the 11. and then
Well,
go
you're
to the-
you're at a -2 because you're being shot at from distance. So it doesn't matter where you're landing; it'll be a -2.
Why does it become a -4?
If you're in the first row of logs, and the grung is there, it's a -4 on all your rolls.
Okay.
I mean, it would be disadvantage to get on the 11, right?
It's
Yeah,
disadvantage either way. But
Wait, isn't it easy to get on the shore because the shore is.
the shore is a
base,
lower DC.
So it's -4.
No, because the 11 is a 7 base. Because I did the -4. This is a mess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought the shore was -4 as well.
I wanted to keep the shore as a 10. Okay. I could make the shore a 6. That works. Then it's an 8.
I'll go for the.
Oh yeah,
shore.
go for
I'll
the
go
shore.
Go for it.
the-
Go for the shore.
The shore is the 8.
Above.
Free us.
8 with
This has been an
disadvantage.
hour. Set us free.
Please.
No!
How?
Can I try? I can try and grab a log.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
bring it back.
Yeah.
Gets a +5. So the 7 is a 12. -2 from the grunk, so it's a 10, so it works.
Wait! Yes!
Yes!
Oh, yeah.
Astora, you make it across. You bite the head off of this dumbass grung. Fuck this grung.
I had a pro gamer move on my turn, which would have been this.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. I'm gonna keep working on that. It will be fun eventually.
Sorry to say, but that needs to work. Whole
Yeah.
board.
Yeah.
The beginnings of something beautiful there.
I think so as well. Thank you so much.
I'm happy that my thing will not have a minigame.
No, I did not have a minigame planned for yours.
really?
No.
Considering what my thing is, as far as I know, minigame there would be a bit
Inappropriate?
Yeah.
macabre.
Oh,
Okay.
I love macabre minigames.
So you finally make it to the other side. You continue on to the village. You come across a quaint little springtime village. There are cabins set up with thatched roofs. There's a watermill pushing along with the river. There's a bunch of brightly colored spring eldrin moving about. Eldrin look like elves, only somehow more wild than Fae. They also have wild and crazy colors. So they're bright reds, bright pinks, bright blues, bright greens. Hair's all different fancy colors. And they're going about their business doing their things. How would you like to approach this village that you come across?
Cheerfully, Volk has no reason to be like sneaky or like slow about anything. They just, tramp right on in on wolf legs.
All right. Are you going to be looking for anybody? How are you going to approach this situation? Who would you like to talk to?
I'm definitely looking around. Not thinking about the fact that as a wolf I am slightly colorblind.
That's a good point.
But I am looking for a yellow Eladrin with green hair.
All right. Then let's get an investigation check.
Alright. Investigation is a mental stat, so I need to pull up Volk because I closed their sheet.
And as you walk by the Eldred, they are vegetarians, so they just hand you bits of fruit. You are welcome to eat them. I think dogs eat fruit, right?
Happily.
Yes.
Eat
Happily.
everything.
Yeah. I am going to give myself disadvantage because I am colorblind.
I'm okay with this.
Was this an investigation?
Yeah.
Okay, that's a 6.
Yeah, you don't spot any Eldrin that fit that description. It could just be because you can't really differentiate colors that well as a dog. But yes, as you're moving about this space, at the 2-hour mark, in time, you're taking your sweet time. Eventually, you come across Imothy. Imothy is indeed a young maiden who has no memories of encountering Ganga in the woods. As you talk to her, she describes that she was lost in the woods. She remembers she got washed down the river, she got lost in the woods, and somehow she made her way back. But she doesn't remember the time that she spent in those woods. But she's interested in meeting this young man who apparently fell in love with her at one point. So she is interested in seeing him again. And what do you do with this information?
Trying to be a matchmaker. They saw the desperation and kind of didn't really read it as desperation. They read it as like being deeply in love, because of course they don't really know what love is anyways. And so of course they are going to try and convince her to give it a go,
Give it a crack.
he seemed like a very intense person, but he also seemed really like genuine about how much he loved her. And so of course Volk is going to try to help her to go meet him again.
So what she
Why
says
wouldn't they?
in response to this, and feel free to jump in if anybody has anything to add. She says, I would be very interested in meeting this young man. From your descriptions of him, he sounds like a very romantic young individual. He had black skin, you say, like ash. That's very odd. I'd be interested to see such a curious fellow.
Oh, yes. You really don't recall anything?
I don't recall anything. Whenever we leave this village, we forget. Whenever we leave this village, we sort of lose track of ourselves. It's the way the wood works. It protects us. It keeps us at home, where we're supposed to be.
Actually, from what?
Well, I mean, I don't think that people should be stuck to one place. I think that's
I certainly don't
being
mind.
stuck in when I wouldn't want to be tied down.
Well, the Feywild is full of...
Kind of thinking back to their argument with Mother Wolf, and being stuck with the same people all the time, without an opportunity to go out there and see the world, seems like a cruel fate.
She sighs, and she says, well, you might think that, but that might be because you are with your pack already. My home is here, my friends are here, this is my family, my home. The Feywild is full of scary and dark things. There's the winter court out there, there's the autumn court, there's the summer court. I don't want to mess with anything like that. I just want to stay here and be happy and safe with my family. But I would certainly like to meet this young man who apparently made such a strong impression on me. I would love to see if I can recover some of those memories or maybe make new ones.
Well, I'd be happy to take you.
Happily.
Then let's go.
All right. So with that, you lead her back out of the village, and you come across Ganga upon the road. And as soon as she sees him, she recognizes him, and all of her memories come flooding back. And she sighs and she says, "Oh me, I did love him, but I know what he is. He brings the fire. We cannot be." And he sighs, shakes his head, he says, "No, you don't understand. Our love is meant to be. We're meant to be together. I don't care if everyone has to die for us to be together." And she says, "Neither did I. But when I got home, I remembered. I remembered how much I love my family. And I can't." So, they're having
Volk
this...
is very confused.
They're having this Shakespearean diatribe back and forth.
I look at Volk.
Volk doesn't know what to do. I wanted to mention when she said, "Oh, but you have your family here. You have your wolf pack here." Volk had a expression of confusion cross over their face, as that isn't what she said. Like in real life, Volk, in the real memory, Volk was alone. Volk didn't have their family with.
This is true.
And so, I
Would
feel
you like to make a wisdom
that
saving
would
throw?
cause-
I think it was inside the last time.
Insight checks out.
It was an inside check, yes.
Insight check. See if you can wake up.
It's 11.
Sadly, no. Your brain smooths over the inconsistencies.
Smooth over the Volk.
Smooth brain!
Volk.
Sorry.
Volk.
Volk is just confused, because, like... This lines up with, this seems to line up with what Mother Wolf was saying. Like, does this mean she was right? Like, it couldn't be. Like, he's so in love. Like, surely there's gotta be a way for them to be together without, people being hurt, without her being hurt, without him being hurt, without anyone being hurt, because it's love, and, like, Volk hasn't experienced it, but there's, like, this ideal storybook something or other that they have, like, an idea of, and they're like, we've got to figure out a way to work through these differences, but they don't know what to do, and so they're just kind of frozen in silence, just watching this conversation go on.
The gist of the conversation, I'm not prepared to have a Shakespearean dialogue with myself.
Of course.
But the gist of this conversation is that her family would never approve. They're not allowed to have lampads in the village. And he, of course, can't live without her. He's so distraught. And if she goes back, she'll forget him. But she doesn't want to abandon her family. So they're at an impasse. The societal expectations are keeping them apart.
Okay. So and Volk looks like they're kind of like lost. Not lost, but like
Indecisive, I would say.
indecisive. Then I'll say to Volk, it seems they're just not meant to be, right?
I can't. I don't. It can't be.
It can't be Volk. Sometimes love or longing for someone doesn't matter when it comes to the wider scheme of things. Happiness is more powerful, or happiness is more.
Well, maybe we can prove to the Eladrins that he's not bad. He's not like other Lampants.
Do you think?
He's so genuine.
Well, some people are just not ready to abandon their ideals, their points of view, and this may be painful to realize, but sometimes it's just you need to accept that.
Yes. Well, sometimes people don't listen. And it is not your fault when they don't. Sometimes there's things you can't help. But the fact that you tried sticks with you.
But then what are we meant to do? How can these people go on?
Time. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I found that, for me personally, time heals. Time parts, time away from the source of that what is painful. And in time, you find that it hurts a little less when you think of what you lost. What do you think?
I guess. If Volk wants to prove his mother wrong, their mother, so they're going to give as many chances to this Lampant as they can, to be a good person and to prove the wolf. And so I think they're going to go to the Lampant and they're going to kind of put their hand on their shoulder. I don't know what we can do about this, because I mean, we can't force, I don't remember any of their names.
It's okay. They were Irish names for things.
Yeah.
They're thematic
Yeah.
purposes.
Yeah.
Timothy and Ganga.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Ganga and
Ilithay.
Timothy.
We can't force Ilithay to stay when she has a family to think of. And
I mean, you can't force anyone to do anything.
no. I wish I wish this whole memory thing didn't happen, because then she could come out and visit you, and you could still be together out here, but she could still be with her family. But I can't see that working out with her memory being wiped every time she goes home.
Perhaps they could let me in. I could become one of them. I could
I mean,
plant things and grow things.
I think that could work. I mean, fire isn't always bad.
No, it isn't.
Fire provides warmth.
Do you think so, Volk?
I think so.
Then I trust your judgment.
All right.
I think we should try to convince the rest of the Lothryn to let you in, and so that you can be together, because you're such a beautiful couple.
They smile very widely with each other. And with that, you lead them back to the village. You win the game of Grunger without having to roll this time.
Thank you.
As soon as you get back to the village, you find all of the colors drained from the place.
Mm.
Everything is ash in every direction. And all of the spring eldrin that you had once seen now lie on the ground surrounded by this ash. And there are lamp pads standing over each and every one of them, kneeling down on the ground next to them. And one by one, these Eladrin rise as lampads themselves. And then Gan looks at his beloved and he says, "Thank you for letting me in. Now we will be together forever." And then Volk, you watched as Gan grabbed Imothy, and she became a lampad as well, burning up from the inside, dying and rising again as one of these undead creatures. That is the traumatic event. Now you managed to go along with the memory because it seemed like the right thing to do. You hear Stabble's voice laughing, and he says, pull up my notes here. He says, "You should never trust anyone. That's the thing you learned here. People cannot change. Natures cannot change. Never trust anyone." And you just hear his laughter as he... Yes. He is pushing his way in at this point, trying to take over.
I'll
Can I
go to. Sorry.
can I try and reach into Volk's brain and try to talk with Stubble?
You can attempt to talk to Stable, yes?
Okay. So Ilena will kind of concentrate, try to connect with Stubble and just say that yes, not everyone is subject to change,
Oh, fuck.
but still you should respect and you should acknowledge that not everything is subject to change, but that doesn't mean that everyone is actually unchangeable. We may not go against our blood and what that tells us, but some ideals are stronger than blood. This you will never understand, Stubble. You do everything just for yourself. You never had any power over anyone else. You never tried to change anyone. You just pray and subdue. You do not know compassion, no responsibility. All you know is just egoism and the suffering of others. And I wanna try to somehow detach Stubble from Volk.
Alright. This is Volk's mind being played at here. But your plea, I think, can resonate with Volk. That's entirely up to Riley. Stable is not going to be persuadable by you, but Volk might be. So Volk, will you allow this to penetrate into you? Would you like to make a insight check?
Yeah.
Session advantage, remember that. You have session advantage.
As he is worming his way in.
Oh!
Yeah.
Pretty good roll.
So you wake up
Yes.
from your dream. You wake up from your memories. And you remember while what Ilena was saying is, while it's true that not everybody's nature is changeable, it doesn't have to be. There are higher ideals that you can strive to and hold to. Ideals that mean more than what you're born with. So you wake up. And as the dream is dissolving around you, what would anybody like to add?
I would like to see. Redmond doesn't really know much about trust, in the sense of he hasn't had much issues with it. He trusts almost unconditionally a lot, but he knows a very good friend who has had this experience. And so he turns to Rory, gets close, whispers in Rory's ear, and says, I think they need your help. Is Mia fucking dead?
Well,
Okay, no.
I also want to add, I think when this happened in the actual memory, Volk just ran. They probably ran, fell into the river, got washed downstream so very far, and it was a long time before they were able to find themselves again.
I'm gonna be honest, I
think
was a bit spaced out
Mother
here.
Wolf.
Oh, yeah.
Mother Wolf eventually found them, I think.
But mentally, I missed like the last 5 minutes.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So basically, we convinced the Lampad, the Lothryn to let the Lampad in for true love, right? True love, and
Woo wow.
As it turns out, Lampads love by eating the souls of their victims and making them into more Lampads.
yeah, pretty much. So
Oh, I expected exactly that.
Yeah.
Cool.
So
Yeah,
the
I-
love was real. It was just a different type of love because their nature is different.
exactly, and so now this is happening.
Yeah. So this is the origin of a lot of folks' trust issues, in addition to
And
being
Volk
murdered
too.
by their parents. But yes. And then Habiki had Ilena appeal to Volk's sense of that not mattering, because there's more than your nature. You're more than your nature. The ideals that you hold to, the things that you value, these things transcend your nature. And while it's true that a lot of people will never change, some people can behave differently, and that's enough. It's worth it to trust anyway.
Mm.
I think was the gist of that. If I got it wrong, Habiki,
Yeah,
feel free
yeah,
to
it
correct me.
was the gist of
Yeah, I
that.
think that's what I got from it.
This session is much sloppier than the last one. I'm so sorry.
No, it's good.
No, it's okay. It's just another kind of phase. It's actually quite good.
So Mia, Redmond has approached Rory and said that Rory can help. That we might need Rory's help.
Well, not too much I can add. If
That's
he had really loved her, he would have tried to see things from her perspective and change himself so that they could both be happy. That he could be in a way that she deserved. But he decided to stay true to his nature. So, what he had, apparently, even though he talked so high and mighty about it being true love, it wasn't really true love. Sometimes it's not meant to be. But I'm sure that the two of them will stay happy still. Even if others had to suffer for it.
You feel a tugging on that thread about your waist, Rory, and Stabble whispers in your ear. He says, "Is that really what you think? No life or ethic is worth suffering for. Only your happiness matters. What matters if she is happy if he is not there to witness it?" And
Fuck you, Strawball.
well, the cord is gonna yank tight, and the scene is
It's
going to
your
change.
turn.
Unless anybody has anything to add.
Nothing.
Okay. The scene, the cord cinches tight, and we return to Waterdeep.
Hey.
We are in a smoky tavern deep underground. If you can imagine the Ragged Flagon from Riften,
Oh.
there is a large central chamber surrounded by a shallow pool. There are a bunch of tables set up. People are gathering at these tables, and you are sitting around a table with Rory, who is very, very, very drunk. Not much older than the previous memory. All of you are in various thug guises, which we can describe after our break. But the main thing that's going to happen here that you witness is Rory being very, very drunk, telling a story about that time that this optimistic old idiot told her that she should really go to the temple and try to appeal to their sense of their sense of forgiveness, because not all tieflings are bad. People's natures aren't set in stone. But of course they threw her out on her ass.
Fuck.
Right into the gutter.
Where she belongs. No, I'm joking.
No.
Sorry. I'm so sorry.
God damn it.
So
We're gonna have a break here.
I think we can have a break here. I need to pee really bad.
Sorry.
Sorry, this has been a mess.
No, this is great.
This next section is going to be a lot more social skills, less than mini games. So hopefully it'll be better.
Yeah. All right.
How
I can use a lot
wait.
of my mental abilities. Yeah, so rock sky high.
Do you want to do a
Yay.
10-minute break? Give everybody time to pee, make a tea, do all that stuff?
Yep.
Good.
Yep.
Oh wait.
gonna
you-
use
Or we'll
Yeah.
say 5-minute break and it'll be a 10-minute break.
Most likely. So see you guys at 35 or something.
See you later. Wait.
Alright. Oh, hello, kitty cat.
Hello? Hello, kitty cat. Hello, kitty cat.
So yeah, we had Ilena actually save someone this time.
Yeah!
Yeah, how unexpected.
I guess that means it's my turn.
Maybe, or maybe not. Who knows? Yeah, actually liked a lot. Volk's episode, pretty good.
Yeah.
Also, no, it's not somewhat also made sense for Ilena to intervene there, because it also
Yeah.
hits kind of close to her for her too.
Yeah.
You know, the whole thing about, hey, she could not do something and she blames her because she thinks it's like her fucking nature to murder people, to send people to death and stuff.
Yeah. Oh man. That was quite the
It's tough there.
yeah. I mean I knew exactly what was gonna happen.
Yeah.
But still not a lot of fun to happen. Whoa. Eh. It's quite the crazy thing. Yeah, I think it was a long time before Volk went back. Well, I think they lost themselves, kind of drifted in the river for a long time before
Actually,
they drifted.
Yeah.
They drifted for a long time before I think they kind of lived in a very like I don't know what's up and down anymore kind of way. You know, they barely ate, they barely slept, and then mother
I'm the
found them,
Zenithar. I'm the
brought them
Zenithar.
home.
I'm the Zenithar.
I don't think they ever talked
I
about it
am the Zenithar.
because Volk was too ashamed.
Shot. Yeah.
Ashamed because, in essence, they killed that village of Eladrin.
And also
Right.
betrayed their own ideals in that somehow. Like, they somehow got the confirmation that some people are, like, the whole thing that, who we are born defines us. Yes or no. Like, in one way or the other, Volk did receive that from Mother Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, before this, they did genuinely believe that, not
That, your nature isn't defined by who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you come from a race of evil creatures, you can be a good person.
Mm-hmm.
And this was the incident that led to them not believing that and that this is the incident that led to them being like, you do not give a hag a chance to hurt you.
Yep.
Right? This is the incident that led to the way that they reacted to that hag.
Actually, this idea by Spencer is pretty good to make. Like, from a character-wise, I think this will at least partially smooth out the continuous conflict in the party. Because
Yeah.
it will lead
No, I think it will.
for the players, not the player, for the characters, to understand the points of view and what generated the said points of view of the other characters.
And also, in our moments of greatest emotional turmoil, we are hearing a balancing, like a balance. So, in Volk's greatest moment of emotional turmoil, where they begin to believe that, like, there are creatures that are evil, and there is nothing that we can do against that. And if there is a creature that is evil, then there's nothing. But now they've also got in their mind, even if you can't change your nature, you don't have to follow it. Which is from Ilena.
Yeah.
And I think that that's gonna stick with them. I don't think their opinion of fey creatures will change. They will still have the same opinion about, for example, hags. But they will be more willing to give people a chance, even if they're bad, even if their first impression of them is negative.
Is not, yeah. Also, there was...
I think after this whole situation, they're going to be more willing to trust Red in general. But they do feel vindicated about the fact that they did not trust to give Red the gem throughout the entire time when Red was actually Staple or whatever Red is right now.
Yeah. Also, is it just me, or in the last kind of last number of sessions, there was a kind of there were a series in the last, I'd say in the last like 5 or so sessions, there were a series of moments where Volk and Ilena kind of started to get along more. Is it just me?
I think
I got that vibe.
they have been, yeah. I don't think Volk and Ilena ever really didn't get along. It's more that
Yeah.
they just kind of mostly didn't bother each other,
Mm-hmm.
seems to me.
Yeah.
Okay, so
And there was a moment of, let's say, closing up that distance between the two. Of kind of
Yeah.
being let's say, strangers to being companion.
Yeah. I think the group will be closer after this whole situation.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think that was intentional.
It was. I feel bad that this has been so sloppy lately. I'm
worry,
still trying
it's-
very hard to figure out how to manage my time, but I definitely
It is.
got
The
a bunch of
frog
stuff
itself-
all at once.
I think the frog thing was a little sloppy, but other than that, this has been good. And I mean, it's not even your fault. It was an untested game.
True.
Yeah.
And
exactly.
Diana was a disciple, I believe. So this becomes
I-
young
I-
Diana.
yeah.
I'm an apprentice.
Perfect. And then apprentice becomes young Volk. So in these new bodies, you'll be a little better off. You're basically level 1 characters, but rather than playing level 1 characters, we'll just level up the survivor stats because it's fun. They're already here.
Yep.
Survivor apprentice. This was Volk. Okay. So we're going to level up twice as survivors, which means you get 2 additional hit dice. You also get 1 ASI. So you can upgrade one of your stats by 2 or 2 stats by 1. You get to roll 2 new hit dice or take the averages. And then you also get to pick 2 of the survivor feats, which will let you personalize your characters a little more as you're now comfortably in your early 20s.
Alrighty.
So what was it? ASI, 2 times hit dice.
Yep.
Which is
So
a
you get to
D6?
increase, you have 2 stats that you can increase anything. You get 2 new hit dice, and then you also get to pick 2 survivor talents, which are listed in the thing I linked in the general thread on Discord.
I was muted, so I missed it, but I'm just going to repeat it again because
Sorry.
I'm going to die on this hill. I'm in my early 20s. I'm anything but comfortable, Spencer.
That's very fair. That's very fair.
I know, right?
Oh my goodness.
For some reason my thing broke open. I'll try and refresh. 420.
Okay. Please stop moving. Thank you.
So I can read some of the survivor talents here. Also, we've never leveled up mid-session, so I'm also very sorry for that. The survivor
Okay,
talents,
I'm gonna
there's
get Dex to 12.
Adrenaline Surge, which means at the start of your turn you choose a creature you see within 30 feet of you. Until the start of your next turn, you're frightened of that creature, so your walking speed is doubled. Basically, you can choose to be afraid of something.
So,
yeah.
Do we get?
Oh wow! Look at that.
So we get 2 survivor talents. So that's on level up.
2 survivor talents, yes. 2 hit dice, 2 stats you can, 2 points of stats you can increase, and 2 survivor talents.
Good stuff. Good shit.
That'll get us to survivor level 3. After which point you would become a level 1 character if you continued leveling up.
How do I edit this character?
It should be set for you to be able to edit it, unless I broke something.
Is it just the edit button top right? Or
Should be. Editing controlled by all players.
So I share a character sheet with Habiki because.
No, I made personalized ones.
Oh,
You don't anymore. For your young
when
characters.
I click the edit button, it just brings me to the edit the avatar, the name. and the
Oh
name.
no, sorry, it's the gear icon on the top right corner. For NPC stat
Yeah,
blocks. Yeah.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Alright, so
Also,
Okay,
editing
so-
NPC sheets with the new dark mode absolutely not doable
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Nope.
because the numbers are black on black.
Yeah, dark mode is the
Absolutely
worst.
horrid.
Dark mode is the
I have
worst.
I'm actually happy about the slider because I've needed it, especially on the DMing layer, like 10 times already, and I've only had 1 session so far with this new dark mode. Also, sometimes, for some reason, some attacks can have the dice rolled as black numbers on black. On some things, it just doesn't work,
Oh.
and it changes it to the 11, for
Wizard.
example.
Weird.
Yeah, level
Also,
1.
Viego would be a +4 to hit.
I'm thinking of ways I could have made the Frogger game better, and I'm obsessing over it now.
Oh no.
No.
It's all good. It's all good. It'll be for another time.
Another time.
This time we're gonna.
I feel like
Fuck
if
it
it
up.
got set up more as a team effort, like one of you needs to get
That's
across,
true.
and then
That's
give,
true.
like more things, like
We also-
throw a log or like a stick or somewhere like next to someone.
Hmm.
We also get ASI, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
1 ASI, so 2 stat points, and 2 hit dice and 2 survivor talents.
So 1 ASI, 2 stat points.
Yeah.
1
2 survival talents. Sure, survival talents.
Oh, so 1 more AC. Cool.
Okay, so what?
Young Rory is looking stronger than level 2 Rory, almost.
Yeah, it's funny how you can level up with this. You go to a level 1 character and lose hit points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It depends.
It's not quite a 1-to-1. It's a different type of mechanic. I just wanted to do with this rather than us rebuilding level 1 characters, because this is new.
Yeah,
Yeah.
makes
It's
sense.
not
Makes
bad.
sense.
Yeah, I did a similar thing in the homebrew thing, but it was the peasants mechanic from Arcadia, and that worked really well. And then we just decided, yeah, well, okay, you just get your peasant HP that you rolled, which is a D4 plus Constitution. So you can have a peasant that rolled a 1 and has a -1 Constitution that just
A
dies.
0. You died in childbirth.
Immediately died.
They just died of an illness or old age or
Yeah.
whatever. And then you basically get to either roll HP or add the max hit dice for level 1. So you start with the level 1 character that is a bit stronger than the level 1 character would be. Also, you can have more saving throws and more skill proficiencies, because when you succeed in a skill, you get proficiency in it for up to 4 skills, and I think the same with saving throws.
Mhm.
So if you can manage to somehow trigger something that has like dexterity and constitution saving throws, you can have 2 really good ones. Anyway,
Let's go with nature.
And then
while people keep doing their thing, I'm just gonna ramble on about red.
Actually, no, that makes no sense because
once
I
everybody's
only did my
once
magic
everybody's leveled up their survivor, Yeah, I said that right. We can
stuff.
jump back into it.
I'm done.
That's a +1, so that makes it out to be 3. Let's go with that.
It's weird that the sneak
Just
starts
a
with the 6
negative one.
instead of the 8.
So that makes it 1.
I guess that makes sense. Oh, do we also get the con bonus from the 2 level ups?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. They have 2 more hit point.
Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Explore trauma.
I'm trying to decide which spell to choose.
Okay, no worries. If that's all that's left, for you to choose your spells, we can jump into the scene, if you would like.
Yeah.
If you would be okay with this.
Yep.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm stuck between Find Familiar and Magic Missile.
Very fair.
I think I'm gonna go with Magic Missile.
So, you are in Skullport.
If I would-
Skullport is deep, underwater deep, in the upper levels of the Dungeon of the Bad Mage, underneath the Yawning Portal, I believe, unless I'm wrong about that.
Somewhat. The only portal leads to the Underdark
Yeah.
and into the Dungeon of the Mage.
There you go. Anywho, it's a pretty shady place. You see there are thugs and lowlives of all kinds, various types of races all around. The air is hazy with smoke. People are sitting at various tables, just chain smoking on pipes. There's ale everywhere. It's the cheap, disgusting piss kind of ale that just reeks. There's a band in the corner playing some sort of background droning jazz type music. One might say jizz. And yes, you're all sitting around drinking. And the situation, Rory, as far as you're aware, you just came back from a job. It was your first job since you had that little, since you had to have that little talk with your boss about your coworkers on a previous mission. So you just went out. You did a simple trade brokerage deal. You're in a situation right now where you're feeling like your talents are being underutilized. You keep being sent out on these simple like bedlam jobs where you're just like, go to this store, intimidate the shopkeeper so they pay their things up front, so they pay their protection fees, or go into this place and change the ledgers so they don't notice the amount of money that they're skimming off the top. And above all, don't be caught by Lyra Silverhand, because since taking power from Deggold, she has been particularly harsh on criminals. So take over. What sort of things are you ranting about here?
Well, the stuff you would expect, like, why do they keep giving me these useless tasks? A goon
Maybe-
could do these.
Maybe it's a way of testing you and your patience.
Patience, sure.
Yeah,
All they're doing is wasting my talent here.
I can definitely agree on that. They are wasting your talents. I've seen what you can do.
I did more on my days alone than I did here. Like, even one of my heists did more than all the tasks I've done here in the last, like, month. It's ridiculous.
Sometimes doing the small, unimportant jobs is some of the most important, right?
Bullshit.
You think so?
What does Rory see when she points at you drunkenly and calls you on your bullshit, Red?
You see Red, a clean-dressed, smooth-shaven young man who has a neatly dressed scar on his face. He wears a plain white tunic, and he is just radiant in terms of aura. He is positive. He's energetic. He looks like every single 21st century yuppie. You know what I mean? Like, he's really beaming.
So you're in this really seedy bar and you look like you just came off of like a tennis court.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
All right.
Exactly.
I love it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Thank you.
And how about the rest of you as you jump in and come to yourselves in this place? What are we looking at in terms of the party?
Okay, so not accurate, not lore accurate. Saga Ilena is, well, your normal Ilena, although she's dressed like in the best of the best clothing you can find in Waterdeep, stolen of course.
Yes, of course.
Because who's there to buy it? And is like full of stolen jewelry and stuff, like full on fucking mafia.
Fuck yeah. Let's
Yeah.
go.
She's a stereotypical like middle ranked mafiosi in southern Italy.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah. Ilena looks like she belongs.
Oh,
Yeah.
Now, how about Dan?
Kind of fitting into the vibe of place to end, but also with a bit of probably like I don't know how to describe it. Stabble thinks he's funny. Dinah is wearing this form-fitting black like leather armor with a spider decal across the front.
Very nice, very nice.
That's pretty funny.
Nice.
Just decked out in spider silk and spider iconography.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she looks like some sort of like low-tide assassin. Or something.
You've got like a chain with 8 silver chains draped across your face.
I've got the
Yeah.
I've got the
Oh
Robin
my goodness.
and Batman eyeliner.
Yep.
Oh, lordy.
Yeah, and then Volk. What does Thug Volk look like?
Thug Volk is very similar in appearance to Black Cat. They are in a city, therefore they are in a face. they're not using their natural face, because why would they do that if they are a criminal?
Mhm.
And so they are a younger version of the Black Cat. They are you know, an a young human male, Caucasian, dark black hair, kind of looks Italian, I guess, because we're going with the mafia.
Mafiosa.
Yeah.
Ba-ba-da-boo.
Yeah. Well built. Is wearing, like similar clothing to the others, just like maybe a little poorer.
Maybe a little more.
They probably also stole the clothing, but you never know.
Yeah, you never know.
And is just, I mean, what they probably did is they took the face of whoever actually owned the clothing. They went in, they grabbed the clothing, and then they left.
That works.
But nobody knows it was stolen because shapeshifter.
Yeah. So you definitely look like a poor homeless person who has, come into a tiny bit of money.
Small amount.
So yes, Rory, you look around the table.
They're definitely not a refined individual.
No. You look around this table of this bunch of misfits that you went on the last mission with, and of course, you know them. You know, like, you just met them, but you've already sussed up exactly what sort of people these are.
Also, the other ones looking at Rory would see more or less how she looked at the start of Curse of Strahd. Her clothes are noticeably less fancy, but it's still the same kind of deal, like ropes that are just loosely hanging around so that she has the freedom with the wings. The two main differences are, one, her Zenithal logo that she has. The actual one she has in Curse of Strahd has the third little line in blue, but currently it is just all unicolor, so all this is weird, like darkish gray. And the other thing would be her, I guess, facial expression or her eyes, because compared to Curse of Strahd, they seem very cold, very condescending, and like there's a deep hatred for basically all and everything in the world in them. Whereas the other one had a bit of more warmth to it. A bit less fuck you look. Like,
A little less fuck you.
Yeah.
but this one is just full on, well, if you would look at her, you would say, okay, well, I'm going the other way.
You okay, kiddo? You alright? You look like you're drinking a bit too much there.
Kiddo.
Sorry. It's a term of affection. I shouldn't have. I'm so sorry.
You certainly do not know how to talk decently, do you, Red?
Well, not really, to be honest. It's kind of a bit weird. Oh.
You remind me of that old fuck. The one who told me to go to the temples.
Did you go to the temples?
I did go to the temples.
What happened?
I told you.
Oh, that was that? Oh,
In the first one, I was just deathly afraid and sick to my stomach. In the second one, I had to puke from nervousness and from whatever piece of shit temple that was that made me feel sick like that. In the
Was
third
it-
one, they just kicked me out into the gutter. You can still see that stinking priest's face and the condescending look on that nun.
It was Priest of Ilmater, a real jerk.
Real jerk. I'm so
Still
sorry you
major.
didn't get the help you needed. But you better now?
Hmm.
You look better.
I need another drink.
No, she looks just drunk.
I'll get this one.
All right. So Redmond, you can get up, and this is a crowded place.
Yeah.
And there are all sorts of creatures down here that you do not see in civilized society. There are goblins, there are bugbears, there's a Duragar in the corner who is an albino dwarf. But yes, you can definitely push your way through the crowd up to the bar proper. And the barkeep is this very stout dwarf who's missing an eye, and he's got this metal skull cap on his head.
What? It's amazing.
Yeah, and he looks up and he says, "What can I do you for?"
Oh, sorry. I was hoping to grab a cup of lager, if that's okay.
Lager. We ain't got no
Yeah.
lager around here. We can't afford that shit.
Oh, what you got?
Ale.
Ale. Yes, that would be great if that's okay. Thank you. That'd be great.
Just
Much
one.
appreciated. Does anyone else drink in the party?
Ilena.
Okay.
Sure, let's
That-
go with it.
That just two would be great if that's okay. And three actually, and you can have one as well. Glad to help.
He smirks at you, and you see two of his teeth are made of gold. And he says, "I'm not drinking on the job. I got to keep an eye on all you fucks." Then he turns around and he starts filling up the ale. It seems to be mostly water. It's very clear.
Oh, that's disgusting. Oh, that's fair. That's fair.
And then he taps the tray on the table, and he says, "3 copper."
3 copper? Yes. Here's 3 copper. Do I have 3 copper? I imagine I have 3 copper.
Make an investigation check.
Oh,
You have 2 copper.
Did I get pickpocketed on the way?
Potentially.
Oh, fuck. Young Redmond, investigation. But investigation is with my mind stat, right? Like
Yeah.
Proper.
Yeah.
Yes, your actual intelligence, which we all know is negative.
Oh, it's actually negative.
Let's go. Well,
All right, yeah. With a 15, you do find indeed 3 copper in your pockets, and you're able to pay this man. However, as you are turning around away from the bar with your newly gotten ale, I would like you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Is there a chair flying right into your face?
15?
Hot damn! So you almost slam face first, carrying these 4 mugs of ale into a very large, very hairy person. But you manage to stop yourself, and you look up at this 7-foot-tall beast of a creature. Shirtless, it's just wearing a loose-fitting pair of canvas pants. It looks down at you with this goblinoid face that's just sprouting hair out of various places.
Yeah.
If you've ever seen the concept art for what Chewbacca was originally supposed to look like, that's what this creature looks like. And its arms are unreasonably long. And it just snorts at you and says, "Watch where you're fucking going."
Yep, sorry, mate. Just didn't see you there. Well, I mean, it kind of. I mean, it's the opposite because you're massive. I just didn't see you. Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm a
whatever.
dick. I bought 3.
can Ilena hear that?
You certainly
from
can.
her?
He's going to be giving Redmond a hard time. He's going to say, "What? You didn't see me? You didn't see big old me, big old scary bugbear right in front of you? You making fun of me?"
No, I didn't think you were scary because scariness is on the inside. But I think you look like a gentle soul.
You're not scared of me.
I'm sure he's messing with you.
From the back ranks, you hear like, "Oh yeah, it's difficult not to see that fat bugbear."
Ilena! What are you...
The bugbear turns around, and you see his ear twitches, and he says, That voice. I know that voice." He squints at the table, and he points right at Rory. He says, You ratted out my cousin.
Which one?
They killed him.
Same.
They killed Snotlout because of you.
Wait, what? Rory, you got someone killed?
Apple? Maybe? You wanna be next, fucker? Take another sip.
He flexes, he shakes out, cracks his neck. He says, I reckon you can give it a nice try. Hey, boys, that's that fucking tiefling that got Snotlout killed. He was just taking he was just taking a bit off the top. Xanathar gets to skim out whatever the fuck he wants, but apparently we aren't worth a damn. This little shit thought she would tell on him. We got a rat here ladies and gentlemen, and we're gonna teach this rat a lesson.
I think we need to really calm down, folks. I think maybe there's a case of mistaken identity here, and we should just talk it out, have a few drinks.
He's
and go
gonna
from there.
reach down. He's gonna pull out of your one hand all 3 ales, and he's gonna drink all 3 ales that were in that hand in one go, and throw them down, and he's gonna belch in your face. And I'd like everybody to roll initiative.
You bastard! That was my fucking friends.
Oh.
You're going down. Oh Jesus.
So you can use your tokens, or you can drag the generic token onto the thing.
Yeah, I will.
I'll use
Do
my single
this?
token.
This little bitch.
And roll with the other thing. That seems like reasonable.
Yeah.
Also, the music doesn't even stop when this fight breaks out.
Oh, imagine.
It's just normal.
Where is Ilena?
Oh, he's right next to me.
Here, yeah.
Oh, he would have been at the bar. Sorry, so he's up here. Redmond, you're up there too.
Yeah. Hello. Come to me.
Tiny Ilena.
Tiny Ilena.
All right, everybody rolled initiative.
Mm-hmm.
Not yet.
Aye, Captain.
I need to
Now
do it.
I did.
So,
Oh, I forgot to delete the initiative counts from the last game.
Oh, red is right above the bugbear.
so all our mental stats are the same, right?
Yeah. Just.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Everyone except Rory's, I think, because
Yeah,
Rory's still
yeah.
in.
Yeah, I'm young Rory.
Yeah.
I have my everything
Yeah.
that is on the thing.
So the purposes of like,
Fall into-
yeah. So for the purpose of your like figuring things out, your regular characters, but for the purposes of interacting with the construct, you're using the body of this fictional you at 20.
Let's break some faces, guys.
All right. So let me just make sure that we don't have any doubles, because I forgot to delete them from last time. And we're good. So the bugbear's up first, which is fitting. The bugbear is going to. Oh, you're on top of the bugbear, Redmond. Put you right there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the bugbear, having drunk all this ale and belched in your face,
Can't believe you've done this.
he is going to push right past you, and he is going to charge at Rory. Why are you off the map now, Rory?
Ah.
Did you run away?
Aha! No, I managed to
OG Rory.
put the token in.
So he's going to charge at Rory, crossing the gap to the table, and he is going to bring one of his fists down on the table. Does an 18 hit your AC?
It does.
Alright, so that's going to be a 1 plus his strength, which is a 3 damage.
Maybe we don't put in swords.
Yeah, I'm gonna slip away, and take a bit of the blow off, and only take one.
Alright. So you take 1 damage as he slams on the table, and he's going to turn back to us and he's going to say, "Get the rat! Get her friends, too!" And,
Oh,
Diana, you're up next. The largest, smelliest giant goblin is next to you.
Okay, I'll try and I'm gonna try and slash him with a scimitar.
Alright.
I just swapped the mace out with the scimitar because they have the same damage dice.
Yeah,
so
it
it's
all
on
works.
fire, so,
It all works.
18 to hit.
That'll hit.
I don't know.
11
it's the
damage.
maximum crit. It's just 7. It's not with advantage.
You're correct. There's the good rolls.
Yep.
Yeah.
And see. Okay. If I did a adrenaline surge, I'd still provoke opportunity attacks. So I'll just stay where I am now.
That works. Then we come to Volk. You are muted.
I said, I don't think you're plus. I cast magic.
Nice. So those just hit.
So no, it magic missile. Yeah, magic missile just hits.
Mhm.
When you said it just hits, I'm like, that wasn't a.
Yeah, and they all do
So
the
you
same
can
damage,
roll your
so-
damage, yeah.
I create
Yeah,
three.
each to 4.
Oh, you're correct.
1d. Yeah. Do I roll 3 different damage dice, or do
You
I just
roll it once
one
and they all do the same.
Okay, so I do 12 damage to this man.
You do indeed. Oh, my number lock is off. Why is my number lock off? Why did they have that feature be turn offable? Anyway, yes. So you wave your hands in front of you, and glowing silvery darts jump out in front of you and rocket into this bugbear, who doesn't even grunt with pain. That brings us to his bandit buddies' turns. So the bandit behind you, Volk, is going to rush up, and he's going to try to punch you in the back of the head. He says, "You guys are with the rats? I'll show you what we do to rats around here."
You take him out for a nice dinner and make sure that they're okay.
Actually, his strength modifier is 0. So what he's going to do instead, he's going to pull out a knife. It's a long curved knife, so he's going to try to stab you, Volk. Does a 15 hit your AC?
That hits.
There's going to be 2 slashing. And then the fellow behind Ilena is, not Ilena, Diana. Other Enna sounding name. He is also going to pull out a very long curved knife and attack Diana. Does a 12 hit Diana's AC?
I think that is phase. Oh, actually, no. 13 AC.
Alright. So he does not manage to find purchase through your spidery, silky robes. Yes,
I have a shield.
I can reorder. You do have a shield.
I too.
Was now Elena's turn, I believe, unless I did that wrong.
Yes, it was my turn.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'll get here. At the same time, while I do this, I'll extract from behind, from below the table, my longsword.
All right.
Because I brought a bigger knife to the party.
Yeah.
And I'll use my extremely big knife to try and murder this poor fella.
Well, you definitely hit him. So 3 slashing on the big
Yes.
fella. Is that the bandit or the bugbear?
It's the bandit.
Okay. I was going to say, because you're on the opposite side from the bugbear.
Yeah, no, it's the bandit.
Yep, you slash the bandit, giving him a grievous wound, but he is still up and ready to fight. Now, Rory, you are in the middle of this mess. Your companions that you barely know, you did 1 mission with them. It's not that it's special. They're around you. How would you like to manage this situation?
Well, he basically just offended my job and what I do, so fuck that guy. So I'm gonna pull out the dagger that is hidden in my sleeve and slash at him
Hey, you hit.
for a solid 5 damage. And then I'm gonna use bonus action disengage and fly up into the corner here. Say, you shouldn't have gone against I, you fucking stupid cunt.
So he's going to yell back at you. He says, "The Xanathar isn't even real. None of us have seen him. Nobody's seen the Xanathar for centuries." Red.
Okay. I think it's time we all calm down here. I want to get this guy in a chokehold.
Okay, yeah, go for it. Try to grapple a bugbear.
Yeah, let's go.
Let's go.
Athletics. 22.
Yeah. So he will make a strength saving throw.
I think it's athletics, right? That doesn't matter.
He doesn't have athletics. That is an 8. So unfortunately not.
Brilliant. So he's in a chokehold.
He's in a chokehold.
Yeah, I think it's time we calm down.
So this man is well over 7 feet tall. So how are you getting that high, Redmond? with your
So-
barely 6 feet.
So. Oh Jesus Christ! Do you know in those movies, like those buddy comedy movies where
Piggyback ride.
yeah, it's piggyback
Yeah,
ride time and rear naked chokeholds roll on the piggyback. That's
Yeah,
100%
yeah.
yeah.
I love it. So you are a Yoda on the back of this bugbear.
Yeah, 100%.
Grab it in the throat. And he begins choking and gagging, and he says, "Get this one off me!" I can't do that voice anymore. "Get this one off me! Get this one off me! Lads, get this one off me!"
Static.
Lads!
So the one that was previously hitting Volk is going to turn to you, Redmond, and he is going to try to poke you with his curvy knife. He says, "Oi, get off our buddy!"
If we calm down, I'll
It's
maybe
not
go
gonna
off
hit.
him and I'll just kick the sword out of the way as it doesn't hit.
He says, "Well, you'll get off all right. Off of this life."
Got him!
Bugbear goes next. So the bugbear, the bugbear is going to spin around in your grip. I don't remember what the grapple. Ow! Why did I say ow? I just dropped some Tupperware. I don't remember exactly how the grapple rules work, but I think he can spin around and still hit you, right? But with disadvantage.
He can still hit me, just normal. It's normal.
Yeah,
He just can't move.
He can't move.
yeah,
Is basically all it does.
yeah. So while you're
Until he
strangling
shocks
him,
the next turn.
what he's going to do is he's going to reach down to his belt and he's actually going to pull out his Morning Star off of his belt.
Why?
And he is going to swing wildly at his back, try and hit you with this thing.
Yeah. It'd be funny if he just hit himself.
13?
Just hits.
Just hits. So you're going to take 11 piercing as this thing slams into your back.
This is fun. This is
Now,
fun.
I would like you to make a concentration check to see if you can keep grip on him.
Oh,
I know that's not how that usually works, but this is a massive Morning Star, and you're a sub-level
Small
1
person.
character.
12? 12's above average. It's above
Yeah, that's above the damage you took, so you managed to hold on. So you keep your grapple.
You bitch.
So he's still grunting and saying, "Get him off me! Get him off me!" Other bandit goes. This bandit is going to just stab Volk again. 'Cause he says, you're a caster. We got to take you out first. A 6, never mind.
Never mind, though.
He's come straight from the Xanathars Guild orientation side.
It's
so-
true. It's true.
Yeah.
Take out the casters first. This is the strategy of how you do brawls.
These two guys that are next to me. Which one looks worse?
Neither of them have been hit yet. The bugbear is looking pretty bad,
Actually,
though.
no. Let's see if I can do this. 1 second. To draw a shape. That's 15 feet. That's 15 feet. Like that. And then I can grab this and rotate it around.
You blast them with a cone of something?
Yeah.
What are you blasting
Can
them with?
Burning hands. A
Burning
15-foot
hands.
cone.
Oh,
Lovely.
They're not gonna like that. The bar's gonna burn down.
Yeah.
Shit.
So,
But that's
saving
the
throw,
problem.
right? Now, would you like to hit the bugbear?
Yes.
If you hit the bugbear, it's going to hit Redmond too.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Red, you
Uh,
also have to make the
I
saving
was-
throw.
No, I just want to. Can we just
No,
roll back?
sorry. I was saying, yeah, I realized that.
Gotcha.
And I'm not
Thank you.
gonna hit.
Okay.
Cheers. Cheers, mate.
The two bandits.
Yeah,
Dex,
so when
right?
you said you're gonna hit Red too, I was like, yeah, I know. I don't want to do that.
I think that's one
DC.
fail and one success.
13, I think.
Yeah, one
Because
fail, one
for some
success.
reason it has the DC as 10 higher than it should be. So yeah. One of them takes 14 fire damage, or half as much on a successful save, so the other one takes 7. And that is both of my level 1 spells.
Alright, so the top one is the one that failed. So he's going to take all 14. This guy burns up into nothing, shrieking in pain. The other guy also is on fire. And now, indeed, the things are beginning to catch on fire in here, especially with the amount of liquid. Though it is low content alcohol, there has been a lot spilled. So there's a flash of blue flame as the wet ground ignites underneath your feet. And you're now dancing on one of those fancy shot glasses that they light on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Problem for future you. Diana.
Okay, I'm saying get slightly quieter so Rory doesn't care. Has anyone died yet?
One person
that I
died.
wasn't there for? One person died.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, who?
Oh no, I mean, has any of us died? Like
No.
last
No.
session?
No.
Okay. I'm gonna say to Redmond,
Well, that's neat.
we don't know what happens if we die here. We just need to kill them. And I'm gonna slash the bugbear again.
Alright,
17.
that'll hit.
3 slashing.
Alright,
And that's it for me.
alright. Bandit gets to go. Bandit on you is going to say, leave our buddy alone. And he is going to try to grapple you to stop you from attacking his friend. So I'm going to need athletics check from you to avoid this. That's a 15.
Ooh.
Spencer taking the one opportunity he has to grapple me.
Yep.
I don't think I have. No. Perception, just thought it's failed.
Alright. Yeah, so he takes the flat side of his knife and he puts it against your throat and he wrestles you down to the ground and he's got you down on the ground. And he's calling out to everybody else. He's like, this is a rat here. We're going to take out the rat. We take care of each other. We don't rat each other out. Not to the higher-ups. And Ilena.
Alrighty, so you said there was booze on fire,
There is booze on fire around Volk's feet.
and this guy is grappling.
He is grappling Diana at the moment.
So theoretically, could I get one of the mugs with the booze on fire and throw it in this guy's face without hurting Diana?
Hmm.
I think I'm
The
gonna
fire boost is a
get
bit far away from you.
Well, there's just a table between you, and you did...
Makeshift alchemist fire?
Mm-hmm.
Smells like fish.
For more emotional damage.
Let's see.
Emotional
I
damage.
will say you can make the attack a disadvantage because what I think is going to happen is you're going to have to slide over the table to this part of the table that's burning and then toss it back over the table. So that's a lot of motions to do with an improvised weapon. So disadvantage.
Okay,
But you can make this attack, a ranged attack, with this thrown burning alcohol.
let's go. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Sadly not.
Man.
So what happens instead of it, it does hit him, but instead of it burning on the way, because it's such weak alcohol, as soon as it leaves the container, all the alcohol fumes sort of go out, and it just splashes on him. Diana, you get a face full of shitty ale in the face.
Sorry,
What were you expecting?
I don't know. Something cool.
That brings us to you, Rory.
How fucked up does the bugbear look?
Pretty bad.
Pretty bad.
Fuck him up.
Throw my dagger at him. I
Alright,
think I need to get 5
Go
feet
for it.
closer and throw it at him.
you can flutter a bit closer. An 8 does not hit, unfortunately.
Well, unfortunate. Is there a nice place to sit? Those are stairs. I think
There are
everyone-
still a bunch of patrons all around here as well. You're flitting between people who are just enjoying the show. They're not getting involved.
Well, I'm just gonna fly down here and grab me a drink.
All right.
You fuck.
Cheers.
Could I get a
Yeah,
perception
that's
check from
performance.
you
Sure.
as you do this?
My perception is not amazing on this one, surprisingly. 17.
Okay. You notice as you swoop down to get the drinks, you expect like cheers for your nice performance, but when you're paying attention to what's going on around you, is when you notice that the music's actually stopped and a hush has begun to fall over the place. Everybody's still paying attention to you, but something's changed in the atmosphere. Redmond, it is your turn.
Something changed. Mhm.
I just want to check this guy unconscious. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah. How do I do that? Can I do that even?
Yeah. Why don't we call it an unarmed strike for non-lethal damage? But this is basically to you're, I guess, bashing the back of his head to get him to fall out, knock unconscious.
I mean, yeah. In a way, I'll just like.
Because you were just planning to like get him low enough on oxygen that he passes out, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, with 6 seconds per round, it doesn't really work that way. So
That's true. I mean. Yeah.
you can yeah,
Can't really-
make an unarmed attack to like see how quickly you can do this.
I'll do
basically.
it with my longsword just because that's the same everything.
Yeah, fair enough.
Shit.
7, unfortunately, not. You're getting there, but you don't manage to speed it up at all this round.
Oh, I should have. Oh, as a bonus action, I would like to shove.
Hey, who would you like to shove? Would you like to shove the bugbear or one of his friends?
Up there.
Where would you like to shove him?
Shove him prone. Thank you.
Shove
very
him
much.
prone. All right, yeah. You can basically kick his knees out from under him. So now you're back on the ground and he's kneeling over, trying to get you off of him still, wiggling back and forth. And so he is going to raise the mace to try to whack you again off the back of his back.
At disadvantage.
Yeah, but at this point is when you feel a hand? Question mark on your back, Redmond, and you are pushed gently but firmly off of this bugbear, and you can look up and you see a visage that is possibly worse than a bugbear. It looks like a person, if a person was made of a balloon and filled with water. There is a gray creature with large, glossy black eyes with no pupils in them looking down at you, and extending from the front of his face is just a mass of tentacles. And this creature, with 3 fingers on his hand that are also sort of long and tentacly, firmly pushes you off. And then he is going to grab this bugbear by the shoulder and lift him up. And then those tentacles go to the back of this bugbear's head. And you hear a scraping sound, like somebody scratching at a door.
Yeah.
And then you hear a crack, and then a horrendous sucking, slurping sound. And the bugbear screams, and then goes silent. And then falls to the ground.
Oh, what the fuck?
And then everybody now can notice that the bar has become completely silent. And this creature is going to reach up and he's going to pull blood and bits of viscera off of his tentacles, and readjust himself. And he's going to say, Mistress Rory, I believe.
And you should be Sir Nihilor, right?
Yes, no sir necessary. Nihilor is all I need.
Then Nihilor shall call you.
The Xanathar wishes to see you.
It's about time. I expected something sooner or later.
Ah,
Seems like it was later.
You get no readable expressions off of this creature. It simply inclines its head as if to say, I have heard this thing. And then it will brush down the front of its robe, straighten its robes out, clasp its hands in front of him, turn and walk out. And everybody gives this creature the widest berth possible. And as soon as he is away, people begin talking again. There's like a 10-foot sphere of silence around this creature, where nobody dares to speak a word. So,
Is it okay? We good?
Yeah, the bandits are just looking in shock at one another and at their dead bugbear friend on the ground.
Yeah.
And they've got their hands up there just like, we're good.
Sorry, lads. Happens.
Gently stroll over, pick up my knife, and then go alongside the elephant,
I think I will follow, yeah.
like directly next to him.
She
Where I belong.
obviously.
Yeah.
Are we invited to? Like, what's going on here?
Context clues, Rory's friends seem to be coming with her, so
Yeah.
Nihilor does not seem interested in stopping you.
Let's go.
So you can indeed make your way after Nihilor, and there's a large wake around him. And he leads you down out of the tavern, and he begins leading you through winding corridors deeper and deeper and deeper, until eventually you come to ornately tapestried stone corridors. All of these tapestries depict beholders in various states of triumph. There's sometimes different colors, they're sometimes in different poses, but the thing that is consistent with all of them is these beholders have been woven in a way that they seem incredibly muscular for a creature that's essentially just a ball. Some of them have like giant glowing swords. Many of them have bodacious women of various species splayed out at their feet as if worshipping this beholder, and many of them have slain heroes in front of them. Depictions of glory and victory that don't seem befitting an actual beholder. So you are led past this cavalcade of ridiculous images of various beholders over the centuries, until you come to a very large chamber. The Nihilor pushes the doors open, and you come into a room that is filled with the sound of bubbles, because in the center of this very large chamber is a massive fishbowl. At the bottom of the fishbowl there is a magical small little toy chest that is aerating, and those bubbles are the only sound in here. Other than that, the other creature that fills up this space beyond the fishbowl, and there's books around on bookshelves throughout the entire room, and there are little tables covered in treasure dotted about the place. But the other feature in this room that catches your eye is a massive 10-foot wide ball of flesh and meat seemingly hovering on nothing in the middle of this room. Extending from this blue and red spotted creature are 10 eyeballs on the end of gross little snail-like stalks, and many of them turn to you as you enter the room. And this creature turns and looks at you, and he says, "Finally, I've been waiting to talk to you, Rory. Hello, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome."
I will do the honorable going down on one knee along my head. Lord Xanathar, it is a pleasure to finally be in your presence.
I'm sure the pleasure is all yours.
I love it so much.
At this point, the ball hovers in place, and you see its giant central eye looking down at you with a look of pure condescension. And he says, I heard about you first when you ratted out Snotlout. He was taking some of my treasure off the top. I didn't like that. I didn't like that one bit. That's my money. My money! Anyway, I've been watching your career with some interest since then, and I think I might have an opportunity you would appreciate. But if you fail, Silgar gets to eat you. And then several of the eye stalks motion towards the giant fishbowl in the middle of the room, and you see a giant piranha peek out from behind a plant and grin at you with a giant toothy grin.
I shan't fail, my lord.
Well, one way or another, Silgar gets to eat, and that's the important thing. Anyway, I'm sure you're well aware that our organization has been having some troubles of late. Since Waterdeep had its little rearrangement of leadership and good old malleable Daggled Neverember got kicked out and had to run away up north. We've been having a bit of trouble having business because this Lyral Silverhand really doesn't like criminal enterprise, which is something we specialize in. Now, Rory, I need you to find some dirt on this woman. I think she's a woman. Nihilor, is she a woman? Nihilor shrugs, says, I've never quite figured out how the mammals' sexes work. And Xanathor chuckles and he says, yes, such gross creatures. Mammals. Anyway, find some dirt on Lyral, get our operation up and running again. Let us operate in the streets again, and I'll make you one of my eyes. Which one's open, Nihilor? Nihilor pulls out a ledger and he looks through. He says, the blue eye of knowledge died recently. The purple eye of despair has earned your ire as well. He will be summarily executed if his next mission goes poorly. So Xanathar says, yes. Whichever one fits you, I don't know, I don't care. Just get Lyral to let us function on the city streets again, and I won't feed you to Silgar. Sound good?
Sounds good.
Cool.
Right
These
up my alley.
idiots can help, I guess.
Sure. I will use them to the best of my abilities.
Good. Well, what are you still doing here? Get out.
I'm out. I'm out.
I'm out too.
I can't deal with this.
I fucking love Xanathar.
I do another little bow.
I love that.
And then like, until soon.
Yeah. Soon. And then as you leave the room, he turns to the giant fishbowl and he gets real close, and you hear just quietly this little voice says, "Oh, you're such a good little Zilgar, aren't you? You're such a good little quipper. You're going to eat that tiefling, aren't you? I sent her on an impossible mission, and she's going to get eaten. It's going to be so funny."
Lovely.
Yes, so Nihilor will follow out with you for any questions. He will lead you back out of the Xanathar's lair. How would you like to approach this mission? Do you have any questions for Nihilor? Have any questions for me, the DM, about the city? Because I am playing a bit fast and loose with how Waterdeep works here. Would you like to talk with one another? We can do any sort of scenes you can imagine.
So, any idea where she currently resides? What her schedule is? Anything of the sorts? Any information that we have on her?
Yeah, so Nihilor will tell you. As you would suspect, Lyral Silverhand spends most of her time... What is the name of that place where the Open Lord lives? I don't remember it. I read the page on the lore here. Yeah.
Let me
Out
check
of-
if I can find the map real quick.
Out of character,
Yes.
doesn't this person have a
Castle,
stat
yeah,
block?
Castle was
Are
right.
they like
She
a
does.
high-level wizard?
She is.
Oh, we don't need
She's
to
an
kill
archmage.
her.
Yeah.
We need to just...
So, what Nihilor will tell you is, she resides most of... That's not his voice. She resides most of her time in her manor in Waterdeep. It is near the mountain. It is near Mount Waterdeep. It is a well-guarded keep, but she does have a number of visitors coming and going, as you would expect of the Open Lord. It is in the castle ward, if you are curious.
Yeah. Any close affiliates to her that might be interesting? Besides her.
Close affiliates in the city. Well, there's of course Avajra Safar, the Black Staff. They work together on the security of the city. I have heard rumors that they do not get along entirely. She has 2 children, twins, that live in the city still. They are elves, perhaps 200 years old, so still fairly young. I heard recently that she adopted a baby griffin. That could perhaps be a point of leverage. Other things of this nature. And then, of course, there are all the noble families as well, which she deals with every day, coming and going.
As the open lord going about the business like that, she will have some dealings that are for the good of the town that the town might not quite agree with.
Very likely indeed.
I'll
As
do the best.
far as I am aware, her schedule is fairly busy. She only takes 1 day off a week, during which she spends the Wednesday. She spends her Wednesdays in her keep working on her personal projects. Beyond that, she spends almost every moment of every day out and about, doing business, meeting with people, brokering deals, and all of this sort of thing.
This should suffice for now.
Very well. I look forward to your return.
We will see how this goes. Does the eye intend for me to handle the whole thing, or just the information gathering and then leave the rest to him? Or shall I do the, let's call it, negotiations with the lady?
Xanathar has not been able to reach any sort of agreement with Lyrol, even to meet and have a discussion. He is interested in you brokering a deal here that makes her essentially powerless. She does not respect our Lord's greatness. She will not recognize him as anything other than a small creature to step on and eradicate from the city. He wishes that you would make her see things from his perspective. This is the Xanathar's town. She just lives in it.
Make her understand her position and her relation with the eye, that she seems to be too incompetent to realize where she stands.
Precisely.
Lovely. Anyway, I will be off. There's work to do.
There is indeed work to do. You see, as he turns around, he pulls a little creature from inside of his robes, and he begins stroking it. It looks like a brain with legs, and he is petting this creature, and he begins chittering to it in a language that actually Diana might pick up. Do you speak Abyssal? Or not Abyssal, Deep Speech?
Let me check. I speak one of them. I don't know which one it is.
Always deep speech.
I think I speak speech. I'm not sure.
If you have Deep Speech, you can hear he's basically just
We'll just check.
chittering to him about how
I
he'll
love
make sure to save this tiefling's
Right.
brain after Silgar gets the body.
Oh,
Yeah, I think that's so not deep speech.
Okay,
absolutely. None of us know this. Oh, that's so
Yep.
endearing as well.
never mind. But he's chittering to this thing in horrendous Lovecraftian language.
So he will get the brain if I fail, and the fish gets the body,
He's promising his intellect devour your brain.
because they are all 100% certain that I will fail.
Yes.
So I shall prove them wrong.
Let's prove them wrong.
Sadly,
What?
I don't speak deep speech. That would be lovely in this situation. Anyway. Post haste. We have, like I said, things to do, stuff to prepare. It's gonna be a lot to prepare. Looking forward to it.
So,
But I would imagine we leave the
we leave. Yes.
guy and brain.
We can fast forward things a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
How would you like to approach this? We are running low on time, so this may not be in as much detail as would be nice. But
So
how do you approach this? And when you come up with your approach, how does the rest of the party respond
So approach would be, first of all, see who she's dealing with, try to observe her and the people that she visits.
So do you want to give her a
Um,
tail?
Mhm.
Track her through the city sort of thing and see who she's dealing
Yeah,
with
that
on a
kind of
regular
thing.
basis?
Like, know exactly where she went on what day and doing what.
Sure.
Try to figure out who she meets with and what their reason for meeting with her was.
Okay. That sounds to
Trying
me
see-
like you're going to do retcon. Not retcon. Scouting, essentially. Like you're going to be watching her for a week. Did I
Yeah.
understand that correctly? Stakeout. That's the word I was thinking of. So stakeout time. Does anybody have anything they can add to this stakeout, or anything you would like to put a spin on this ball as Rory's crew?
No, I don't think so.
Some people would have to observe her, some people would have to dig deeper into who she meets with. Some people would potentially have to look into her current personal situation with her kids and the griffin, which, according to Lilith, is a reasonable thing to go for some reason.
Sure. Well, he was just listing people that she's close to. So,
Fair point.
yeah, there's her twins, the baby griffin, and her friend,
The black.
person she works with closely, the Vajra the Blackstaff. Sounds to me like some investigation checks. So,
Alrighty.
anybody that is helping out with this, you can make an investigation check and tell me which specific thing you're investigating over the course of this week.
I'll do the tail part.
So you're tailing her specifically and seeing what people she deals with on a regular basis?
Yep.
Go for it.
And my investigation is.
It's also
Okay.
bad.
So, yes.
Sorry, go ahead. Do we do one after the other, or do we do all at the same time?
You can do all the rolls now. Just tell me what you're doing. I'll resolve them in order. And if I forget one, just let me know.
I see. I would like to integrate myself within the social circle of this person.
Okay. The
Yeah.
nobility of Waterdeep.
I mean, yeah.
How would you like to do this?
Okay,
Because
the
she
way-
has her staff of her mansion. She has the people she deals with going about her business through the city. She works a lot with the city watch. Where's your angle here to get in?
the angle is, she's doing a mission, right, or whatever. She's going about daily business, doing errands, right. She suddenly, from an alley, there comes like this really like I'm there on the street, and I say, "Oh no, be careful, my lady! There's someone attacking!" And I just like go into the alley and make fighting noises, and then come out.
So you would like to rescue her from pretend bandits?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm so
I'll
sorry.
resolve that in a minute.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
With the Nat 1 with the Griffin investigation, Volk, you hear through the grapevine that Lyra actually hates this Griffin and has no interest in it whatsoever. She's just keeping it around because her kids are interested in it. She hates it, does not care about it, doesn't give a shit.
Doesn't give a shit.
Habiki,
Yeah,
with
just
your
wanna make me do the insight checks simply by fucking up this investigation.
9, keeping an eye on. I'll have you do a performance actually, Red. With your 9 to investigate the sort of the nobles she meets with, all you really get a sense of is mostly they're people that do trade in the city. So you've got a lot of merchant families. She talks to a lot of the families that work in the Temple District. It looks like she's trying to bolster up the faith of the city again and get the economy up and running. There is a bit of a crime wave going on right now, a sort of revolt from her very violent crackdowns on the black market that used to function under Daggle, but she's sort of trying to crack down on it, which is resulting in a lot of problems, a lot of social strife. Redmond, performance.
Yeah, let's go. You're.
Do it with the roll that you already
I
have.
just want to use my special advantage for this one.
Go for it. It's almost the end.
It's almost the end.
Yeah, so you come out of an alleyway. You get the order wrong as you go to do this, and so instead of like saying, you're under attack, let me help you, you come out and you say, Lyra, you're under attack, and I already beat them. So she just looks at you. Lyra, by the way, is over 6 foot tall, slight,
Oh, yeah.
a slender elven woman, with
I
white
just wanna
blonde
say-
hair and a white robe trimmed in gold, and she just looks down at you, looking like an angel without wings, and she just makes eye contact with you. She says, "What are you doing, dear?"
You know, I've been admiring you from afar and the work you're doing. I just really wanted to get to know you. I'm so sorry. This is not turning out well.
Sweetie,
I'm trying to- No.
I am 800 years old. You're a baby. Go home.
Oh,
Oh god.
oh.
So
I was
she
just
will.
watching this. I'm
Can I
like,
use
Yeah.
a plot point? No,
She'll raise a hand to you actually, and she'll put a hand on your shoulder. She'll say, "I realize that I have an aura about me, but you should be looking for women your own age.
Oh, shit.
Red got murdered.
You are young.
Oh, don't.
Do something with your life.
Go for a nice,
don't-
pretty young thing in the market, or pretty young man. Take your pick."
Just, you know, I just want to hang around with you for a bit.
Sweetie, no.
No,
I am the open lord. I am far too busy to deal with a puppy. She'll pat you on the cheek and say,
It just gets worse. It just keeps getting worse.
Oh, this is funny as fuck.
pat
Red got murdered.
I walk away weak.
Yes, Diana, you of course saw all of this.
I'm gonna walk over to Redmond and be like, she was a bit condescending, but she's not entirely wrong.
What? You didn't?
I think I'd quite like to be like her when I'm 800.
You didn't think I had a chance?
Redmond, she's 800.
What's? Oh, I was about to say something really bad. What's 780 years between this?
Anyway,
I'm so sorry.
She is old enough to be your great grandmother. Many grades.
many great.
But,
Unlike you, you're not great.
fuck off. I don't know. I just thought there was a spark there. I didn't
I am,
realize it. But
I'm
when
so glad this happened inside the dream, Redmond.
Yeah, actually, Redmond, make me a perception check real quick.
Okay, I'm gonna make a perception check. Oh shit.
Chance to get some information.
Is this a mental or a physical thing?
This would be a mental thing, something you noticed about what you were looking at.
Oh, sad.
God fucking damn it,
Yeah,
right?
no.
I really
You were mesmerized by her eyes, and you don't think you will ever forget those eyes. Like eyes of Galadriel sort of thing.
Oh damn! I just wanted a lock of her hair.
Have I seen Lowell Silverhand before? And like, is stable making her more attractive specifically to Redmond? To like.
Why don't you make a history check? Because you have definitely seen Lyra. At the point you would have been at Waterdeep, this would have all settled down quite a bit. So,
This is 100% how I'm playing it. It's
Yeah.
Stavel's fault, gang.
you don't remember her well enough. You likely wouldn't have interacted with her, being a
Yeah.
vagabond. She runs in very high circles. But yeah, you don't know her well enough to say one way or another.
You know, maybe this is just Stable messing with you. He did this to me, and they'll gesture at what I'm wearing.
Oh, yeah. I think so. I'm not normally like this, right?
No,
Right?
no.
Please.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well,
Okay.
I'm gonna go home now, Dan.
All right.
And he just left the dream.
So other things in this week. Anything else anybody else wants to contribute? Hand on the ball.
So, I think everyone did their thing, right?
Astora hasn't done something yet.
Could I do some sort of stakeout at night, like make use of my superior dark vision to kind of, I don't know, see if she has any guards or anything?
So you want to stake out her manor specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
go for it. That to me sounds like either an investigation or a perception. Perception might be more fitting since you're just watching from afar. You're not sort of trying to glean any
Yeah.
specific things.
Um,
Now here
23.
That's not shitty roll. Cool.
All right.
Wow.
Yeah, so what you'll notice with the 23, her mansion is very well protected. Lyral only comes home for 4 hours during the weekdays that she's not having her day off, which you presume she does to go into her reverie to rest. That's from 3 in the morning to 7 in the morning. Then she goes back out. It is well patrolled, but having watched with the 23, you can easily figure out the correct times to jump in and take something or someone. Beyond that, the other thing you will notice with the 23, was that a crit? No, it was not a crit. The black staff comes by occasionally during that reverie, and then leaves immediately after, which is odd because you know that from what you've heard around the city, Vajra and Lyral don't get along together very well. But she comes around the time that Lyral rests, and then leaves immediately after.
Okay. Do I get any idea what that could mean?
Not with a perception. You aren't doing any sort of investigation. You're just observing the comings and goings and watching the guard patrols.
But you
Yeah,
can think
yeah.
of something or something. I mean, the kids have to come from somewhere, right?
Well, wait, is the black stuff? I thought you just said the black stuff was she.
Vajra is a woman, yes.
Okay, well,
Vajra is about 5 feet tall. She's a human woman with black skin, dreads pulled back into a pretty loose ponytail. Is it called a ponytail when you have dreadlocks? I'm not sure.
I would imagine, for all intents and purposes, it's still
Yes.
a ponytail.
So she has her dreads are pulled into a long tail that comes down to the middle of her back, and she of course carries the titular black staff, which is this giant glistening black wizard staff, and she is dressed in a gray and black robes. Fairly simple, but very, very, very high quality.
They might be having an affair, but she's not the mother of the children.
Probably not. I mean, magic can do a lot of things, so who knows?
Only
But
one of the two into a man.
yeah, but her being human and her children being over 200, unlikely.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
I don't
With-
really know.
with this information, how would you like to go forward? What would you like to keep on looking into, Rory?
So, I'm thinking of two things. The one thing could have happened while the others do the smaller jobs would be what changed in the city since she became the leader, and what of those things are most likely to bring up some not so kosher methods for achieving the goal.
Yeah.
And that's what I would look deeper into.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say, as you are investigating this, there are 3 possible bits of information that you could find very, very, very interesting. So why don't you roll D100? If it's depending on where it falls in the threshold, I'll tell you the different sort of information.
83.
83 is going to be the 3rd thing I wrote down for unscrupulous things. So what you will learn about with that. What you learn with that is this isn't really a recent thing, but you know that a few centuries ago, before the spell plague. She spent some time under the thrall of a Netherese artifact called the Crown of Horns, during which she was a notorious tyrant during the few decades that she wore this. And she committed a few genocides, one of which she aggressively hunted down and tracked down doppelgangers in particular. Doppelgangers generally aren't very well liked by society, but while she was wearing the Crown of Horns, she really hated them. She tracked them down, and she would do basically witch hunts in the various places where she went to suss out doppelgangers
I
and
better be
kill
careful.
them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. You better be really careful there.
That sounds lovely.
But this is all ancient history. This is like stuff you read about in storybooks. She was eventually freed from the Crown of Horns. It was a whole thing. I'm pretty sure it's the plot of a video game from the 90s.
So it's more or less somewhat common or accessible
Yeah.
knowledge.
Not necessarily common parlance, but this is a thing that some people talk about that they're worried about that she might do again. Because they say that the Crown of Horns, it made her methods more vicious, but all of the tendencies were still there. They think she might still be a secret racist.
Secret racist.
Then I would actually like to look into some conveniently happened things against doppelgangers that happened in town.
Okay.
Like maybe some of them suddenly disappeared, some of
Yeah.
them suddenly died. Maybe there is one found dead in her little thing.
Well, what you will know about doppelgangers in D&D, stat-wise, they are evil. I don't necessarily agree with that.
Not necessarily the ones that are trying to live
But
a normal life.
this is how people would think of them in world. In addition to that, you know that they are, because doppelgangers know this about how people view them, they do not expose themselves. So if a doppelganger is found, it's going to be big news and it's going to be a public execution. There have been a couple. But as you investigate, you learn that the Watch has been doing this secretly. Testing people. Anybody that shows an allergy to silver, they're hauled to the dungeons and tortured to try to see if they're actually doppelgangers. And you don't know how much of this is on Lyryl's direct commands, but
She's the one responsible.
she remains deeply suspicious and hateful of shape changers, specifically doppelgangers.
I think the plan would be like orchestrating a story that she's still this evil and racist person that could possibly just snap and just commit a genocide and like murder half the town
Okay.
for her thoughts that they might be doppelgangers.
So you're thinking of doing like a misinformation campaign.
Yeah. So,
One might say
like everything.
telling a story about how there's
Yeah.
a genocide going on in a place that you need to justify invading.
Is learned so
Oh,
long
no.
time ago, the lovely Lord Lady of this town, some of you might know this,
Yes.
has been under the Blackthorn.
So
Did
that
a couple of genocides, murdered a lot of doppelgangers. Now, people usually don't like them, but she's very, very thorough with those. So, like a couple of people like Godfrey Fishers and this person went missing. It's kind of weird.
okay.
Because they weren't doppelgangers. It was known that they weren't doppelgangers. But she was kind of suspicious. They were kind of gone. Weirdly. Stuff
Yeah.
like that.
So we know historically that you did manage to get Lyral to capitulate to the Xanathar. But why don't we roll to see how well this is going to go in this dream recreation? And again, if anybody would like to jump in on this, you're more than welcome to. This to me sounds like a deception check, because you are stretching the truth.
Session advantage. Easiest choice of my life. So let's see.
I
I didn't have to roll twice. 14. Not very great.
can
But
I
could be enough for the lower masses who like some drama. And like we've seen last time, not bored, living in a shit life.
It's very true. What were you going to say, Redmond?
I was gonna say, can I support Rory in this? Like, like emotional support, really.
Emotional support.
Because I know we're heading to tragedy somehow.
So you approve of this misinformation campaign?
I don't approve of it, but it's happened already, and all I care about now is swerving the pain.
So you're committed to the bit.
I'm committed to the bit. Yeah.
Okay. Does anybody else want to try to adjust Rory's trajectory?
I think I'm committed to the thing too.
But
Okay.
in like a good way, right? Like
Okay.
we're
Yes.
helping. We're helping them before tragedy strikes.
Exactly.
Why don't you
Or
roll
one
again?
strike.
I'll give you advantage retroactively.
I had advantage because session advantage. So I had a 14.
Never mind. I'll let you roll again since your friends are helping.
Thank you.
Slightly better. It is over
Yeah.
the medium threshold.
Yeah. So it was a 14, now it's a 16. Yeah, pretty good. With a 14, you would have gotten most of the like really poor people. Another thing you notice as you're doing this scouting thing, the watch has been significantly more brutal of late.
To the poor people, apparently.
Yes,
Maybe.
she is cracking down on pretty much all crime in the city. She wants to get this place up and running again because Dagult was notoriously corrupt. She's trying to offset that image by being super hard on crime and drugs. The problem is she's dismantling the black networks that people relied on to get the things that they couldn't afford from official vendors. So you're having a lot more crimes of desperation, which means a lot more theft of food, which then they're being more brutal on because they're generally being more brutal on crime. So there's already a significant amount of people angry at Lyral for all of this stuff. But with a 16, you managed to actually convince a lot of the merchants as well. A lot of the lower noble families begin turning on this, and you do manage to get enough of a hubbub going that there are talks of people ousting the open lord. And eventually, Lyral herself decides to come down to Skullport. You are there
Can
for
I
this,
talk with the nice lady?
of course.
Can,
Yes.
Can I be the one talking to her and not the Zenithar?
Yeah. I'll say you are probably in the tavern in Skullport, one of the taverns in Skullport, working with your crew, looking into all of your espionage, all of the stuff that you did, when Lyral herself just descends like an angel from on high.
Persona.
Yeah, and with her robe of the Archmage,
Ooh.
she's got almost a halo about her head as well as she enters into this place. So she just comes in and gives everybody in this place a look like it's shit on her shoe.
Well, when she gets in, as if I expected her to come, I will just stand up and walk over to her. Ah. I was waiting for you. Shall we have a talk?
I am here to speak with the creature known as Xanathar, not one of his lackeys.
You're calling me lackey, that's so... You're treating me so harshly after all that nice information I gave the people about you.
Lies.
No, but in every lie there's a bit of truth, isn't there?
Effective lies.
No. Well,
She gives you a cold look and she says, I will allow you to lead me to the Xanathar.
sure.
I am not unarmed, but I can
Oh,
promise
I'm
you
sure.
I will not do harm to anyone down here that does not harm me first.
No. How lovely. I do not intend to fight you. It will grow fully from me. I will die before I get within 5 feet of you. Well, I'm within 5 feet of you right now, but you know what I mean.
I do.
So, how's the relationship with the black stuff going? Lovely lady.
I have a working relationship with the Black Staff, she says as she walks. And I will tell you
also
no more.
have very deep work-related talks while I rest in my bed.
She looks you, she gives you a side eye, and I would like you to roll an insight check.
Fuck.
Yeah. You get nothing from her. She's stone-faced and cold.
Too good.
But as she does look at you of the side, she does notice Redmond as well. And a dark storm cloud does cross over her face. And she says, I take it I misread your intentions, young man.
Not particularly, but in this regard, friendship does come first. I'm sorry.
No.
love. It would never have worked. I'm much too old for you.
She snorts a little bit. She actually laughs. And she says, no, it would not have worked. So you escort Lyra through the halls, and she does indeed have her talk with Xanathar. And Xanathar is flabbergasted. I didn't actually expect to see you here. I can't believe it. The Witch of the North herself, in my bedchambers. Oh my god. And so he begins running around in a circle, and he's yelling at Nihilor. He's like, Nihilor, we didn't brush my teeth. It's going on and on and on. It's ridiculous. It's a cavalcade. It would be very funny if I had the throat to do it. And the time. But they have that conversation. They come to an agreement that she will tolerate the Xanathar's operations in the city, provided, and this is the caveat, she will allow them to operate, provided they keep their operations localized to the North Ward, the Stock Ward, and they have to, keep it on the down low. They can't get too wild. And she does not, under any circumstances, want the Zentarum operating in Waterdeep. That is absolutely not allowed. She knows that they've had dealings in the past. She wants the Xanathar to assure her that they will not have operations in the city. So, this is the agreement they come to. She will tolerate some of their operations in exchange for, them laying off the misinformation campaign. For this, Rory, you are given the blue eye of knowledge.
Lovely.
Now, while you are getting this tattoo, your crew was around you for this memory. How do you celebrate your victory as you are getting this tattoo?
The way that you celebrate something glorious like that, everyone gets either a proper pint or a proper glass of wine. Of the good stuff, not the piss stuff that you would normally get.
Yeah, like some really high quality red wine.
High quality stuff. I would serve it to them myself.
I don't drink, so it'd just be a mocktail. A mocktails are
A
amazing.
mocktail, yeah. A virgin Shirley Temple for
Very fitting for you that you take
the virgin.
Ooh,
Maybe you have better luck with the lovely daughters. Who knows?
I don't think that.
Two for the price of one?
Rory, are you okay?
No, I'm okay. I'm in a very good mood.
You look like you're very much on cloud nine.
No.
So there's no tragedy here.
To be fair, it was just a matter of time to get here. But,
Yeah, you think?
yeah, of course. I know my abilities. Just took some time
where's the trauma,
for the eye
though?
to appreciate them.
Yeah, no, this is good. I'm glad this was a happy ending for you.
Yeah. And we
It
finally
is-
get back to the influence that we should have.
which
Anyway, cheers.
Stabble is
Cheers.
laughing in your heads as you drink back this wine, and he says, I see what you did. I see what you did. You are clever, Rory. You are clever. I like you the way you think. You are the only one that matters. Your happiness matters. Your way is the only way. And everyone else that would take that credit deserves to die. He says, as those of you that drank of Rory's gift begin choking. And-
I had a mocktail. I just want to say mocktail.
Still poisoned.
Fuck.
So you didn't catch the tragedy in time. Rory killed her crew because she didn't want to share the credit. And that cemented, that set her on the path that cemented one of her significant character flaws.
fucking beautiful.
And that is where we'll end today's session, with you guys choking on your own and grasping at your own throats as Rory just looks over the lot of you, pleased, examining her new tattoo